Good morning. Wonderful. How are you? Have a good weekend. Oh, ain't it always? Good morning. I'm just gonna sit there. Good morning. Will that be in your line? No. Temperature okay for you guys? Little cold? Yeah, I just turned the air off. Let me get my microphone on. And we'll get started. Okay, testing, testing, testing. Good morning. How are you? Good. All right, so those of you in YouTube world, if you can just let me know whether you can hear us. Give me a quick hello if we're hi or something if you can hear us. I don't want to get started if you guys can't hear. So we got 17 people joining us this morning. There's a delay, so it gives them a couple minutes. All right, guys, just let me know. Give me a mic check. Let me know if you guys can hear me. That will pop up at some point. All right, good morning to classroom students. How was your weekend? Good. Did you do the homework? Long, isn't it? Long chapters for sure. Does anybody have any questions about what you read? No questions? Okay, good. So audio is coming through. One of the things that you probably read in chapter 2 is that you're required to have 75 hours of training. And that's a federal requirement. Anybody read that in the book? If you counted up the hours here, we're not here 75 hours. So you probably had a question, well, wait a minute. If the federal law requires 75 and we're not here for 75, what does that mean for me? Florida's a little bit unique because Florida doesn't adhere to that federal rule. Florida is the only state that allows for challengers. So you don't have to have any educational background or any experience or anything to take the state exam. Chances are you're not going to pass it if you don't have something, which is why you're here. But Florida does not subscribe to that 75-hour requirement. What does that mean for you? Well, you'll be able to take the test. That's not a problem. I'm going to get you ready for the test, so you'll pass it. That's not a problem either. You're going to get certified so you can work as a CNA anywhere in Florida. That's not a problem. But it may affect you if you want to move out of state. There's a lot of states that say, yeah, as long as you're certified somewhere else, we'll certify you here too. Just give us a little bit of money, do our background check, and we'll be all good to go. But there's other states that are like, hold up, not so fast. We know that you probably didn't go to school in Florida, because most people in Florida don't take a 120-hour program. They're expensive, they're long, they're hard to find. There's very few of them left. So they know if you're coming from Florida, chances are you did not do a 120-hour program. So this may affect your ability to move from Florida to other states. You're always recommended to contact the state you want to go to first, and then find out what their requirements are before you buy a house or move, anything like that. Okay, good. That makes sense. Let me get your scores for chapters 2 and 3. So this is going to be on page 133 and 134 of your white book. 133 and 134. Very good. Good morning, guys. A lot of people joining us today. All right. So Christy, how did you do on 2 and 3? Okay. Are there any questions you have about what you missed? Okay. Let me get to that page. 8. Okay, which of the following is the first link in the chain of infection? We went over this in class a little bit. Remember I said no pathogen, no problem? You guys remember that? No pathogen, no problem. Like if there is no hepatitis C in the room, nobody's going to catch hepatitis C because it's not even here, right? So the very first link in that chain of infection is causative agent or pathogen. Okay, so you have to have a pathogen. That pathogen has to have a nice, comfy place to live. That's the host. But as long as it's inside the host, it's not really much of a problem to anybody. It's got to have a way out of that host. That's a portal of exit. So any wet body openings, any cuts, wounds. Remember I said that pathogens, they don't walk, they don't fly. They actually have to have fluid to travel. So the patient has to be wet somehow, right? That has to have some liquid, whether it's liquid that comes out when you're talking or sneezing, whether it's liquid that comes out when you're vomiting, whether it's liquid that comes out when you're bleeding, whether it's liquid that comes out in urine or feces. It's got to have liquid to travel in, right? So that's its mode of transportation. But even still, a pathogen in a patient that has a doorway out and liquid to travel in still isn't much of an issue as long as it's way over there. It has to have a way to get inside of you. So if you have blood on it that has a pathogen and it's just on your intact skin, that's not much risk because there's no doorway in. Remember, they have to have liquid to travel in, and they don't have little jackhammers that they're taking with them. So there's no way for them to burrow in to the skin all by themselves. There actually has to be a doorway there for them. So most of our doorways are on our face, eyes, nose, mouth. And man, we touch our face all the time without thinking about it all the time. So they have to have a doorway in, but they could also use cuts and scrapes and scratches and things, anything, any break in the skin. And once they're in us, we have to be susceptible. Now, that means if we're vaccinated against that, whatever it is, now our immune system knows how to kill it before it ramps up production. Good? Does that make sense? Or if we have a good, healthy immune system that can kick the pathogen's butt before it ever really gets started, that's a good thing for us. So it's really important as healthcare providers that we make sure that we cover our own holes and that we don't touch stuff that comes out of other people's holes. Pretty easy, right? All right. Anything on chapter 3 that you missed that you want information on? No? Okay, I want to talk just really briefly. I'll get to the rest of the grades in a minute, but I want to talk about number 8 really quick. because chapter 3 does talk about postmortem care, and it's the only place that you're really going to find much about postmortem care. There's a little bit more in a further chapter, but not much. This is something that freaks a lot of people out. Postmortem care. Good morning. You're fine. Come on in. It freaks a lot of people out, thinking, oh my gosh, am I going to have to take care of a dead body sometime in my career? And the answer is probably yes. You know, at some time, that's probably going to be a function of yours. Now, I don't want you to think, oh my gosh, day one, I'm going to be doing dead body stuff. It doesn't work like that. Postmortem care needs to be a fairly spiritual experience. It needs to be reverent. It needs to have the right attitude with it. It needs to be done with a certain amount of respect. So we're not going to throw a brand new CNA in there and say, okay, dead body, go ahead. Right? Because you're not ready for that. You haven't even worked on live bodies yet. So it's not something that we just throw somebody into. And it's really important that you understand that. Okay. If you find yourself doing postmortem care, you need to make sure that you remember this is somebody's loved one. And it's the last human contact that they're going to get. There's a lot of responsibility in that. We've got to make sure that we come correct for this particular skill. Does that make sense? But it's really no different from a skill standpoint than bathing a live body. Not much difference. In fact, in most cases, you really can't tell that the patient is no longer living, except that they aren't breathing. So they don't, it's not like the movies, right? Where they immediately stiffen up or they sit up or they do. I mean, Hollywood makes this like super crazy, right? In fact, when your body dies, it kind of goes a little bit relaxed, but not so relaxed that it's just like, oh, they're not going to fall off the bed or anything like that. It's just that there's nothing there to animate it anymore, to make it move on its own. So we're going to do the same cleaning we would as if they were alive and well. We're going to make sure that we clean all the nooks and crannies. We're going to make sure that they're dressed appropriately, that they smell good, that they're presented well for family members to be able to come in and say their final goodbyes. We want the family to remember them in the best possible light. Does that make sense? And it is a really, really important task. I can't overstate that enough. Postmortem care is an important task. Now, let me explain to you from a very personal standpoint about this. My father passed away suddenly, had a heart attack. My mom was driving him to the hospital when it happened. When he got there, they tried their best to revive him, but were not unsuccessful. I got there about 45 minutes later, and I spent time with my mom and my kids, and we tried to process what our lives had just completely and utterly changed. And at some point, somebody did say to me, if you want to go see him and say his final goodbyes, I'll show you where he's at. And of course, that's my daddy. I had to go say my final goodbyes. It's the last time I'm ever going to see him. That's my daddy. And I went in, and they had not prepped him at all. He still had the tube, the ET tube, sticking out of him. He still had the defibrillator pads. He still had all the tubes, all the IVs. He wasn't covered. He had no dignity. That's my dad. Now, as a nurse, I can kind of overlook that because I understand all the things that were necessary. But as a daughter, that hurt my heart. It hurt my heart deeply. And that is the last image of I have of my dad. And that's not fair to me. So if you have to do postmortem care, you need to do it not for the patient, but for the family that's coming to see that patient. Does that make sense? Don't be afraid of postmortem care. It's nothing scary. But you do have to have the right attitude. Now, in a clinical setting, you're going to have an opportunity to go with somebody when they're doing postmortem. If you're new, they're going to say, okay, well, we've got a patient over here. We're going to prepare to send them out to the funeral home. Come with me and let me show you what we do. And you'll have a chance to see that it's nothing really scary. But if you're the one that is assigned to do that, make sure you do a good job. Okay? Otherwise, you'll have somebody like me up here crying. All right, let me bring this over here just so I can see a little bit better. My eyes are not what they used to be. All right, so Jane here?
Yes.
Jane, how'd you do on 2 and 3?
Didn't miss them.
Okay, thank you.
But 3, the wording, the ones down at the bottom part, they got a little confused and you had to really think on some. I did.
Yeah, those are vocabulary words. The way that I have this, you have some multiple choice questions and then some vocabulary words. And you really do kind of have to, flashcards work. If you make flashcards for all of the vocabulary words in each chapter, that does help. But the state exam is not going to ask you what is postmortem care. They don't ask you to define stuff. They don't ask you what stuff means. That's not the kind of questions you're going to have on the written test, because CNAs aren't, if you remember on day 1, I said CNAs don't think, right? We aren't responsible for knowing terms and disease process and treatments. That's not our role. CNAs do. So most of the test questions on the written test are going to give you a scenario. Okay, this is what you see. What are you going to do? So your postmortem questions on the state exam are more about the physical aspects of postmortem care, or what you should be reporting with postmortem care, or the emotional aspects of postmortem care. That's what they're not going to ask you what is postmortem care. Does that make sense? All right, Nicole. Thank you. Do you have any questions about what you missed? Okay. Jamie? Novali? Thank you. Any questions? Isabella? Very good. Any questions for me? April Lynn? Very good. Any questions? All right. So Nefessa, I don't know if I'm saying that right. You didn't receive your book. If you can email me at Mike, can you put our email address in the chat, please? Email me and I'll be happy to look into that. I can't look into it while I'm teaching though. I apologize for that. All right, guys. So today we have a lot of stuff to get to, a lot of information to cover. How many of you guys, I forgot to tell you at the end of class on Wednesday, but you got it in your email to bring your blood pressure cuff and stethoscope. Does everybody have theirs with you? Okay, good, because we're going to learn that at the end of class today. That's the very last skill we get to. It takes me a long time to teach you blood pressure, a long time. Not because it's really hard. There's a lot going on with blood pressure, but it's not really a hard skill. It's just that we have to learn all of the different equipment. There's a right way to use your stethoscope, and everybody puts it in wrong. We have to learn how to use your blood pressure cuff. We have to learn how to inflate and deflate and what all those little marks on the gauge mean. But most importantly, we have to learn what a blood pressure really is. I mean, sure, we're putting this cuff on, we're inflating, we're deflating, we're getting some numbers, but what does it all mean? So we've got to go over that. And it takes me about an hour and a half to teach you blood pressure. So we got a lot of stuff to cover before we get to blood pressure. For those of you at home, if you have not signed up for our emails, our after class emails, you're going to want to do that. Go to foryourcna.com YouTube live class and you'll get those after class emails. Are you guys getting your emails? Okay, the emails are very helpful because it has links to all the videos for the topics that we cover during the day, plus a link to the review video for this as well. So those after class emails are super important. All right, so let's review. How do we know what to do with each patient? Okay. We're going to perform the skill as directed on we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. That's super important. That means that we aren't changing anything on that care plan. If the care plan says long sleeves, what are we dressing the patient in? Long sleeves. We're not changing anything. While we're doing this skill, we're going to observe for any changes, abnormalities, anything that looks funky. And then we're going to report all observations to the nurse. Good? Everybody remember that? That's good. I know it's a long weekend. Let's review the opening. Every skill starts with the opening. Every opening starts with a knock. Don't forget the knock. And some of you will. You will. When you're in here practicing, you're going to try to go right into the skill. Don't forget the knock because the knock is graded. So on these checklists here, every single one of them has announce self or knock before entering room. So if you're not knocking, you're not getting that checkpoint. So every skill starts with a knock. We have to identify our patient by name. How do we do that? How do we do that? Okay, just say their name out loud, or we could ask their name. Either one is fine. Can you identify yourself, please? Once we know who they are, they need to know who we are, but not just name. They need to know our title as well. Once we get all of the niceties out of the way, knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty, and I'm your CNA today. We need to tell them what we're going to do. So we're going to describe the skill. Now, you can do this in your own words. I'm going to get you dressed today. Or if you're nervous, you can read it right off of that care plan. I am going to dress a resident with a weak arm. Read it right off the care plan if that's what you need to do because you're nervous. Once you've told them what you're doing, what do you need to get from them? Consent or permission. Once we have permission, then we can get started, but we can't do a skill unless we provide privacy. So what are we going to use for privacy? The curtain. We're going to close that curtain for privacy, but is that curtain clean? So what do you want to do after you close the curtain? Wash your hands. Remember that hand washing is always after the curtain. Once you've washed your hands, then you can go get your supplies. Why can't you get your supplies before that? Okay, they're clean and yeah, you haven't washed your hands. Even if you think your hands are clean, they aren't. All right. We also learned about barriers. A barrier is going to provide an area for us to put our supplies, right? Because this table is not considered clean. We need a clean place. If the table's not clean, we've got to make one. So the barrier is going to make a clean place to put our clean supplies. And it's the very first thing we're going to do after we wash our hands. Should we get the barrier and all of our supplies at the same time? Why? Okay, you can't have the supplies touch your uniform. Why is that? Why is that a rule? Uniform is not clean. So you're going to wash your hands. You're going to go get the barrier and put it out. Then you'll go back and get all of your supplies and put them on the barrier. Good. First action taken after hand washing. Oops. And then we learned about gloves. This probably surprised you. A few things about gloves. Can you wear gloves for absolutely everything?
Can.
Should you? Why? Okay, so there's an environmental impact. Yep. Why else? Okay, we don't need to. It's unnecessary. What did we learn about sandwiches?
Touching everything.
Yeah, when you wear gloves without thinking about it, you stop thinking. And we think those gloves are doing a good job, but they're actually not. So remember that when it comes to gloves, we're not just going to wear them routinely. We need to pay attention to what we're touching. And there's a couple of reasons why that's important. But if we do need, or if we are going to do a skill, we need to figure out, do we need gloves or not? If we're not going to wear them for everything, there's got to be a defining principle there. So we have 3 rules we're going to think about. So the first thing I'm going to ask myself is, am I going to touch anything ooey gooey during the skill? The second thing I'm going to ask myself is, am I going to touch any personal skin or bathing suit area skin? And the third thing I'm going to ask myself is, am I going to touch any non-intact skin? So wounds, rashes, sores, incisions, that type of thing. If the answer is no to all of those, I don't need gloves. I'm going to wash my hands before. I'm going to wash my hands after, and that's great. That will keep my patient safe. But if the answer is maybe to any of those 3 questions, I need gloves. If the answer is yes to any of those 3 questions, I definitely need gloves, right? But if we're going to wear gloves, what's the first thing they should touch? The patient. We've got to keep our gloves clean for our patient. Don't put gloves on and then do all of your prep work, because you're unfortunately, you're contaminating those gloves with everything you touch. Once you've done your skill, you have to pay attention to what those dirty gloves have actually touched, so you're not cross-contaminating your environment. And then you need to know how to remove those gloves correctly. Remember, glove can touch glove, glove cannot touch skin. Okay. And we learned about the privacy blanket. We're going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. Yeah. So any skill, doesn't matter what the skill is. If you find your patient uncovered at any time, you need a privacy blanket. Or if they're undressed at any time, you need a privacy blanket. It just takes all the thought work out of it. But why would we have to use it? I mean, we've got a curtain there. Why do we have to use a privacy blanket too? Okay, for the patient. Okay, because there is a stranger inside that curtain with them. Who's that stranger? Yeah, us. And we have to keep that in mind. So yeah, it's going to provide an additional level of security for the patient, make it feel a little less vulnerable. But what about temperature? Do they need it for temperature too? Yeah, because it's cold. And when you take that sheet away, it gets really cold and they'll be uncomfortable. All right. So if we are going to use a privacy blanket, we're going to put it on over the sheet and pull the sheet down underneath. And this keeps the patient covered at all times. So you don't just whip the sheet off and then put a blanket on. You want them covered at all times. And when we take the privacy blanket away, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to bring the sheet up over and take the blanket out from underneath. Good. Any questions on that? Anytime you remove anything from the bed, you want to roll it up in a ball so that those trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. We also don't want to snap it or shake it when we're putting it on. Why would we want to not do that?
Allergens.
Yeah. Yeah. Dead skin cells, yeast, bacteria, all the yummies that you're just going to breathe right in if you aerosolize them. Yeah. All right. We also learned briefly about basin cleaning, very briefly. We're going to get into that a little bit more today. And remember that our process allows for disinfection, even though we're not disinfecting for the test, we're not spraying the basins down. This process allows for that. So for the test, we're simply rinsing, drying, and storing. Okay. We're going to see that again today. And then finally, we learned the closing. The closing is done at the end of every single skill. There's 4 main C's of the closing. We don't really care about the order for that, but comfort, curtain, call light, clean environment. We don't care about the order. Knock yourself out, however you want to do it. But once you've done all of those things, you've got to clean your hands. Then if charting is required, we're going to chart after we've washed our hands. But there's a checkpoint that says we have to end the skill with clean hands. That's right, hand washing. So if we've documented, what do we need to do again? Wash our hands again. So our closing is always done the same way. Just kind of get into your routine, but there's a lot of steps here. The closing, let me show you something. This is pretty cool, actually. When you're looking at these checklists here, the closing takes up over 1/3 of every single one of these checkpoints. That's a whole lot of checkpoints. If you don't do the closing right, that's a whole lot of deficiencies on your test. So the closing, we tend to kind of gloss over it because it's at the end of the skill. Woo, we're done. Got through that. And you tend to kind of rush through it because you just want to be done. Be careful about that because remember, 1/3 of that checklist is the closing. That's big. So make sure that you practice the closing and you know how to do it right. All right. So we learned a couple of skills along the way, and these are here. So these are all of these banners that you see on the back wall. And it's interesting because if you take that care plan set or even the checklist, either one, remember, they're always up here. These are for you. You can play with these. But if you take these and you look at each one of the checkpoints and you look at the banners, you'll see that if you put the banners in order, every single one of these checkpoints is taken care of. Every one. So that's what we're going to do right now is we're going to look at mouth care and we're going to see, do you really know how to do mouth care? So if we're going to be brushing somebody's teeth, what position do they need to be in? Fully upright. Yeah. In a sitting position. Is a little bit up good enough? The bed has to stop moving. What do we want to do to help protect their clothing? Yeah, we're going to put a towel over their chest or something. And that's kind of important for dignity. When we're brushing, we're going to brush all surfaces and the tongue, but nobody's timing you. They don't care. Just do the top, the bottom, the front, the back, and the tongue. Nobody cares how long that takes. This is one checkpoint. That's it. Right? We tend to think mouth care, oh my gosh, there's so many steps. Yeah, no, one checkpoint. That's it for the actual brushing. Just says, did you brush? That's it. So it's all the prep work, right? The opening, the glove use, the barrier, all of that kind of stuff. And it's all the closing. So the mouth care, super small part of that skill. We want to wet the toothbrush before we apply the toothpaste. Now, this is actually a little bit important because if you put toothpaste on a dry toothbrush, now if you're doing this on yourself at home, you'll get more water. You won't even think about it. You'll just get more water because the toothpaste gets all gummy and it doesn't spread or foam up real well. And it feels weird. Well, you probably wouldn't even realize that you're going to add more water. But when you're doing this on another person sitting in bed, they don't have really the option. So we've got to make sure we wet that toothbrush first to put the toothpaste on it so that when we are brushing, it foams nicely and it doesn't just smear. Imagine how icky that would be, having smeared toothpaste on. Anybody ever have to use your finger to brush your teeth? Forget your toothbrush somewhere, put a little toothpaste on your finger and it's just doesn't do the same job. It's just not good. If you haven't had that experience sometime this week, just try brushing your teeth with your finger and see how weird it feels. That's the same experience your patient would have if you don't wet that toothbrush first. Okay. We're going to allow the patient to rinse and spit as often as they need to. If we get a little heavy-handed with that toothpaste, right? We do this whole big curly strip, right? Your patient's going to look like a rabid dog. They're going to have toothpaste everywhere. And it may take several rinses to get all of that out. So let them rinse and spit as often as they need to. But in reality, you only need a pea-sized amount of toothpaste. Very little goes a long way. And we're going to leave our patient's mouth and clothing dry. So make sure you blot really well. So when we're doing these reviews, if you can answer these, if you can look at this and fill in these blanks, that's what those review sheets I give you are all about. If you can fill in these blanks, you've got the basics down. Okay. So let's look at another one. Let's look at dressing a resident. We're going to ask the patient about their clothing preferences. What if they describe something that does not go together, does not work? Yep, we can, suggest an alternative. But what if they say, no, I want, we're going to honor those wishes. Absolutely. We want to make sure that we gather the clothing before we undress the patient. Why would that be important? Why would that be important? Why do I have to go get the clothing?
You don't. Oh, wait. I would say not having as naked as well.
That's exactly it. It's a dignity issue. Imagine how uncomfortable your patient's going to feel being completely undressed under a privacy blanket. I mean, that's kind of awkward, right? So anybody ever go to a doctor and they give you those little paper things to cover up with? How exposed, even though everything is covered, right? Technically, how exposed do you feel? Pretty awkward. So you want to make sure you've got everything there ready to go, clothing set out, so that once you get them undressed, we can immediately get them dressed and we're not leaving them in that state of undress. I'll tell you a story about this that really upsets me. Years and years ago, when I was working in a nursing home, I was sitting at the nurses station and I happened to glance at, there was a CNA giving showers. We had a shower team. There was CNA giving showers. And I happened to glance up and this CNA was wheeling a patient, a wet patient, through the hallway completely naked. Wet and naked. Through the hallway, back to the room. What are you doing? She says, well, I forgot the towel, so I'm just taking her back to her room. I'll towel her off there and get her dressed. No, you won't. How do you think the patient feels being wet and naked in public? Okay, wet, they're going to be cold, right? Naked, they're going to be vulnerable and, humiliated. That is not, in anybody's reality, a good idea. She says she's old. Nobody here knows what's going on. Who cares? Me. I care. I care on behalf of that person because they're a person. So we really do need to take this very seriously. Okay, don't undress somebody unless you've got a way of getting them dressed pretty quickly. So we're not leaving them. I can't even imagine. Man, guys, it's got to change before I get there, right? I'm getting older, and every year I get closer and closer and closer. I'm like, oh my gosh, we've really got to change that because that is not going to work for me. And I'm guessing it probably wouldn't work for you either if you were the patient. So we're going to make sure that we get the clothing before we undress them. Anything that we lift, any extremity, whether it's an arm, a leg, anything, if we're lifting something off the bed, we're always going to support from below with a flat palm. We're not the claw machine at Walmart. Have you ever seen those little stuffed animal machines, right? Where you get this claw and it comes down and it grabs and it lifts, right? We're not the claw machine. So we don't lift from above. When I do this, my fingertips have to actually dig into this patient. That's probably going to cause injury, but I don't have a really good grip here, and it's likely that it will fall. So instead of grabbing from above, we always lift from below, 2 points. Make sure you're supporting at the joints and lift from below. Yeah, I know her foot is broken. During the there's a steel cable that connects her foot to her body. Steel cable. She was the testing mannequin when we were a testing center. And during testing, somebody broke a steel cable. Now, if somebody broke a steel cable being rough, can you imagine what they would do to a real, live, living human? Because, you know, we're not made out of steel. We break a little easier. So we've got to make sure that we're protecting the patient as we work on their extremities. So we always lift from below with a flat palm. We're going to support all joints while we lift. We're going to undress the strong arm first. Remember that with USA first. You guys remember that? USA first, undress strong arm first, and then we'll dress the weak arm first. That way the garment just slides right off and then slides right on. No movement required. We're not going to overextend or force movement, which you just saw. A poor ankle. We want to adjust clothing for neatness and appearance. Make sure all the snaps are buttoned or, snapped appropriately. Everything is matched up properly, not all cattywampus. We're going to discard items in hamper. Make sure that everything that you used is put away at the end of the scale. And the call light needs to be in the stronger hand. This scale tells us the patient has a weak right arm. So what arm would the call light need to be in? The left. Why is that important?
Actually,
yeah, if the right arm is weak, it's not going to do them any good to have a call light there because they may not be able to use it. So it's all these little things, right? And a lot of people think, I see this online all the time, they failed me on such a small point. I don't understand why they failed me. I put the call light on the wrong side. I shouldn't have failed for that. But that's kind of the wrong way to look at it, right? It's not about you. Who's the test about? The patient. If you put the call light on the side that they can't use, what happens if the patient has an emergency? Yeah, absolutely. So we need to think about the test from the patient's point of view, not from our point of view. It's not a small checkpoint to either get or miss. It is a big deal to the patient when they need help. Good? Make sense? If you can get that, there's 3 things. If you can absolutely get these 3 things before you walk out of here, number 1, we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Number 2, the test is about the patient. And number 3, what you're really being graded on is not how you do the skill, but how you treat the patient. If you can get those 3 things, the test becomes crazy easy. It's just like, oh, well, of course you would do it that way. Why wouldn't you do it that way? But if you don't understand those 3 things, you'll struggle with the test. And you'll see what I mean when you guys go test. Because when you go test, you're testing with people that did not take this class. They took somewhere else. And most other classes teach how to do the skills, but they don't teach all this other stuff. They don't. So if you look in your blue book for care plan, 1 paragraph, most test prep programs don't teach anything about the care plan, nothing. They just teach you how to do the skill. Well, remember, we're only learning one way to do the skill. And out there, you don't have just one type of patient. You've got a million types of patients. So if you don't understand how to adapt the skill to the patient, you're going to be in trouble when you get out there to work. But you'll see it on the test. You'll actually come back and tell me, oh my gosh, I took the test, I passed, it was fine. But you won't believe what I saw. The person they partnered me with did this. You'll be absolutely amazed. And what's probably more amazing is that some of those people are going to pass. And they will be your coworkers somewhere. Good luck. So pulse. When we're taking a pulse, we're always going to support the wrist, right? You never, you can leave it on the bed. That's fine. Just like this. So I can bend, to take the pulse, but remember how long that minute was? It's a really long time. So me bending like this for a full minute, that's going to be hard on my back. I can raise the bed up to a comfortable working height if I want to, no problem there. But if I do raise the bed up, then I have to remember to lower it. And I can't even get you to do the whole closing. And we're going to add another step in there. Not so much, right? So we have to think about, okay, well, if I don't want to bend and I don't want to raise the bed up because I'm probably going to forget to lower it at the end, then another option is just to raise the forearm up. Now, I don't have to bend. I don't have to lift the bed, and she's comfortable as long as that elbow is supported. Now, if I do this, is she comfortable? So we always have to support the elbow and the wrist. So my hand is supporting the wrist, but the bed is supporting the elbow there. Good. I went to the doctor last week and they took my pulse and I'm sitting in her chair like that, right? She goes to take my pulse and she has my arm out like this to take my pulse. It's a long time to have your arm just kind of hanging out in midair. Don't do that to your patients. Make sure the arm is supported, because if my arm has to exert energy, do you think that's going to affect my heart rate? So was it accurate? Maybe. We'll never know. All right. So pulses are always reported over 1 full minute. But we're going to follow the care plan. If it tells us to count for 1 full minute, we'll count for 1 full minute. If it doesn't specify, we can do that 15 seconds and then multiply that by 4 trick. Normal is between 60 and 100. We're going to use our fingertips, not the flat areas of the fingers. We're not going to use our thumb to take a pulse. Radial pulse is located at the thumb or top of the wrist, not at the bottom. You do have an artery there, by the way. We have a an ulnar artery that runs on the bottom. Your radial is here. It's bigger, fatter, and easier to feel. The ulnar artery down here is smaller, wimpier, and buried a little deeper. We want the radial pulse, which is what our care plan specified. What do we know about that care plan? Okay, so this actually happens quite a bit during the test. Because the care plan says use the radial pulse measured at the wrist. And the care plan is very, very specific about that. If you put your fingers down here and you use the ulnar artery, did you follow the care plan? And that is what's going to count against you. So because the care plan says radial, they truly mean radial. So be careful about your finger placement. Don't get your fingers too low. You may feel a pulse. You might, because the ulnar is there, but it's really hard to feel. You really need to be way up here at the top. You're going to say start and stop for timing. That's on you, not the evaluator. And in Florida, you are going to count with both evaluators. Now that we counted something, what do we need to do with that information? What do we need to do? If we counted something, say it, document. Very good. So we're going to make sure that we document. What do we have to do after we document? Yeah, wash your hands again. Very good. So that's everything that we learned last week. All 8 hours condensed into 45 minutes. So now we're going to move on into this week's lesson, today's lessons. So go to page 82 for me. I got a couple of people on here that are testing soon. So Susanna, good luck. Nafasa, good luck. Joey, good luck. Very good. You guys are going to do fantastic. All right. So page 82 in your skills book is hand and nail care. How do we know what to do with each patient? So we're going to look at the care plan at the top of page 82, and it tells us to provide hand and nail care to one hand. The patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and can move as directed. So all we're doing here, guys, is washing, rinsing, drying, one hand. We're going to clean under the nails, and we're going to file the rough edges. We'll put a little lotion on before we leave and wipe off the excess. That's the entire skill. That's it. Super easy. But we need to learn a little bit about washing rules to understand this. So at the bottom of the page, you'll see that somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to do this in 11 minutes or less. Guys, you're washing one hand. One hand. They give you 11 minutes. This is a ridiculous amount of time. Okay, lots of time. Do not rush through your skills thinking you're going to run out of time. You're not. You've got plenty of time to get this done. This is going to be done on a testing student. That means that one of you may find somebody washing your hand. They're going to be positioned in a chair. Charting is not required for this skill. But if you look up under the care plan, you're going to see your supplies. And there's a lot of supplies for this skill, a lot of supplies. There's no way around this, guys. You have to memorize them. You have to. Now, we have flashcards that help you with this. Remember these flashcards? They have the supplies on them. They also have the steps and all of the principles. These flashcards will help you. You can make your own as well. These are already done and they're full color and easy to transport. Remember that as long as you're enrolled, you'll get a discount next door. After graduation, they go up. But you need to make flashcards about the supplies. But don't make this overly complex, guys. If you're going to wash something, what do you need to wash something? Okay, so you need water. Since we're not at the sink, we got to have something that's going to hold water, right? So we need water and something to hold water. We need soap. What else do we need? Okay, a washcloth and a towel. That sounds good. We're going to clean under the nails. So we're going to use an orange stick for that. We're going to file the rough edges. So we're going to use an emery board for that. And we're going to apply a little lotion at the end. So we're going to use some lotion as well. So those are all the supplies that you need. Now, gloves. I'm going to grab a chair. Gloves are going to be patient specific, not skill specific. Remember, they're patient specific. So if I am going to perform hand care on somebody that doesn't have any wounds or sores or openings, and you can see the hand before you start washing it, it's not hidden. Hands are pretty much out there in the open, and the nails don't look all gunky and icky and gross, then I don't need gloves. I'm going to wash my hands before. I'm going to do the skill. I'm going to wash my hands after. Make sense? If I got somebody that just got a brand new kitten and has all kinds of scratches all over their hands, do I need gloves? Yes. If I'm working on somebody who's clearly been homeless for the last 6 months and has lots of cuts on their fingers and gunk under their fingernails and a lot of dirt and built up debris, do I need gloves? Okay. Does that make sense? Remember, it's patient specific, not skill specific. So you have to evaluate this with every single patient. And when I first started developing this program a million years ago, I tried to make gloves skill specific. The very first book that I made, this is the 4th edition. I'm actually working on the 5th now. But the very, 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 very first one was literally a stapled packet of papers. But in the corner, I had a glove for everything that required gloves, thinking it was skill specific. Mouth care, you need gloves. Hairy care, you need gloves. But the problem is that that didn't prepare students for hand and nail care on somebody with scratches on their hands. You didn't need gloves for the test, but you might out there. So that's when I realized, now I had been a nurse for 20 years, but I'd never heard it said quite like that. Gloves are patient specific, not skill specific. It's a different way of arranging your brain. Okay. All right. So in order to understand this, how to do this, we're going to learn a principle. Washing rules. So in your white skills book, go to page 80. Okay. When it comes to washing anything, whether it's a hand, a foot, a body, whatever you got, if we're going to wash anything, there's some rules we have to follow. And the first is when we get water for a patient to use, we don't put soap in the water. Basins are no soap zones because there's a principle that we have to follow here. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. Well, if you put soap in the water, you have nothing to rinse with. And soap left on the skin is going to dry out the skin, become itchy, become very uncomfortable. So if you put soap in the water, we can't rinse very well. Does that make sense? So basins are no soap zones. Instead of putting soap in the water, we're going to wet the washcloth and put soap on the washcloth instead. It's actually much more effective. When we get that water, so let me back up. We're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do hand care, wash something, however you want to say it, I don't care. Is that okay? Get consent, close curtain, wash hands. We're going to go get a barrier, put it on the table, go get all of our supplies. Remember, there's a big list of supplies here. We need a basin, soap, lotion, 2 washcloths, a towel, emery board, orange stick. We're going to get it all on the table, and then we're going to get water in our basin. Now we've washed our hands and all we've touched is clean supplies. So when I take that basin over to the sink, is that faucet clean or dirty? So I need to make sure that I'm not touching that faucet with my clean hands. What could I use between my clean hands and the faucet? A paper towel. So I'm going to use the paper towel to turn that water on, and I'm going to feel it with the inside of my wrist. Is it hot? I can't use it. Is it cold? I can't use it. Warm is what we're going for here. So this is like the Goldilocks story. We can't use water that's too hot. We can't use water that's too cold. We want it to be just warm. Basically, you don't want to feel it with your wrist. It should feel about what we call tepid, or about the same temperature as your wrist. Now, the reason that that's important is because your patient is not going to interpret the water temperature the same way you do. And I'm going to explain why in just a second, but that leads me to my next really, really, really important step. You have to ask the patient to check the water temperature. That is the most important washing rule we have. Because remember, at the end of the day, it's all about the patient. So we're going to get the water. It should feel warm. We're going to ask the patient to check it. If they say it's too hot or it's too cold, we're immediately going to fix it. We're not going to argue with them. And man, have I seen CNAs argue with patients. It is not too hot. I just checked it. It's fine. No, it's not. Don't argue with them. Go fix it. But it amazes me how many CNAs will double down on that. We're going to ask the patient to check the water temperature. Now, the reason for that is because skin ages in a way that you probably don't expect. Have you ever seen an older person's arm? Like, I'm talking about late 70s, 80s, 90s. You ever seen a really old person's arm? It looks like skin over bone with big blood vessels. Right? I mean, you could like drive a car down these veins that stick up. I mean, they're very, very visible. Now, I'm aging, yes, but I haven't got there yet. If you look at my arm, you don't see that. My arm looks very similar to your arm, except probably a little drier, need lotion. My arm looks very similar to your arm, right? You have skin, you got a layer of fat, you got some muscle, but everything's pretty protected in there. So how do we get from here, this, to skin over bone? How does that happen? Well, as we age, we actually lose that layer of protected fat that's underneath our skin. So all of us have this layer. If you've ever looked at a baby, it's really, really obvious because babies are a little pudgy, right? They got this adorable little fat rolls. And that's because that layer of fat actually serves a very important purpose. It's like wearing a wetsuit. So anybody know what normal body temperature is? Normal? Anybody know? You're going to learn in chapter 6. 98.6, or we like ranges, right? So 97.6 to 99.6, somewhere in there is considered normal. But what is the temperature in this room, do you think? It's freezing. It's probably in the low 70s. Okay. But let's just let's use easy numbers here. Let's just, for the sake of simplicity, let's say the room is 75 degrees. Now, if you were to walk outside and it was 98 degrees outside, what would you say? It's hot. Yeah. Even by Florida standards, that's hot, right? 98 degrees is hot. And yet you are 98 degrees where you sit. You are 98 degrees where you sit. You are 98 degrees. So if we know that 98 degrees is hot, And we know that room temperature is 75 degrees. Those don't match. In fact, they're quite a distance away from one another. And that's important to understand because room temperature is always trying to drag you down to it. It's called ambient temperature. If you take something out of a refrigerator and leave it on the counter, it's going to warm up to room temperature. If you take something out of the oven and leave it on the counter, it's going to cool down to room temperature. Room temperature always wins. Always. So now, wait a minute. If we know that we're 98 degrees and room temperature is 75, and I just told you room temperature always wins, that means that this room right now is trying to cool you down to 75 degrees. What you need to understand is that the body can only survive in a very narrow window. If we drop below 95 degrees, we die. So the room right now is trying to kill us. Seriously. Remember, the room temperature is trying to get you to 75 degrees. And room temperature always wins. So if the room temperature is trying to get you to 75 degrees, if we go below 95, we die. There's a problem there. So that means that your body has to burn fuel to create heat to keep you at that 98 degrees. Now, this is the main job your body has with digestion. This is why you eat. We tend to think we eat for nutrition and calories and energy and all that. No, the real reason you eat is to keep your temperature above room temperature. That is why you eat. If you don't, you start to cool down, and room temperature always wins. So your body is burning these calories to create heat, and that heat is what keeps you alive, body heat. Everybody good with that so far? You with me? I know it's a long lecture. I know. Well, you don't want to that's a full-time job, right? If room temperature always wins, that's a full-time job. So that layer of fat is there to help keep the outside temperature out and the inside temperature in. So when you burn fuel to create heat, you don't have to work quite so hard because you've got a wetsuit that's helping to hold that body heat in and prevent it from floating away. That's a good thing. Now, as we age, though, that layer of fat gets thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. And what do you think happens to our body heat? Yeah, it dissipates. It escapes. This is why most older people will have a body temperature a little bit lower than yours because they're not able to effectively keep that body heat inside. It's going to radiate off. It's also why older patients complain that it's cold because that layer of fat doesn't just keep our body heat in, it also keeps the external temperature from affecting us. Have you ever walked into grandma's house? It's like 80 degrees. And you're like, oh my gosh, grandma, let's turn the air on. It's hot in here. And she's like, nope, it's fine. I'm good. You ever wonder why everybody retires to Florida? And they'll tell you, I can't take the winters up there anymore. And they're serious. They honestly, physically cannot because they don't have that layer of protection. That's why they're all here. It's also why you see these little old ladies in the nursing home sitting in a wheelchair with a sweater and a lap blanket, and they're still shivering. And you're like, how? It's hot. It's because your temperature perception and their temperature perception are so totally removed that there's no way that you will be able to tell what they are feeling. So when we get water, we want it to be warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. And we're going to ask that patient to check the water temperature and verify that it's okay for them. the most important washing step we have. Make sense? Good? Okay. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. That's just standard. You do this in the shower every day. You probably don't think about it, but you wouldn't dream of getting out of the shower with soap still on you. That would just, you wouldn't do it. But we tend to forget that when we get to the patient because there's some steps there. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. And when we're working on somebody else, particularly somebody else that's in a bed, sometimes it's easy to forget a step and forget to rinse or forget to dry. So when you're doing washing skills, I want you to say in your brain, you don't have to say it out loud, but I want you to remember in your brain, whatever I wash, I rinse, whatever I rinse, I dry, because you will forget one of those steps if you aren't following the sequence. Okay, don't rely on your habits because you will forget. We want to try to keep our surface dry. So in this case, we're working on the table. You want the barrier with the absorbent side facing up so that the water doesn't drip onto the floor. If you're working on the bed, you want to protect the bed, the sheets. If you're working on the floor, you want to protect the floor. Just don't get your surface wet. And we're going to use something called the leaves method for wet body openings. Now, there's no wet body openings on the hand, so we're not going to use that today. But we are going to learn it a little bit further in the program, the leaves method. So kind of keep that in the back of your mind. We'll get to that a little bit later next week. And then if we're going to apply lotion, your skin can only absorb so much lotion before it gets saturated and it can't absorb anymore. So when we apply lotion, we're going to warm it up in our hands. Don't put cold lotion on somebody. That's just mean. That's just mean. So we're going to warm the lotion up in our hands, put it on, and then once we've rubbed it in, we're going to take a towel and dry off the excess. You want to wipe that excess off because if you've got lotion on a hand and you didn't wipe off the excess and they go to pick up a cup of hot coffee later, what's going to happen? Yeah. And that's a patient injury problem. So wiping off the excess, really kind of important. So we're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do hand care. Is that okay? How many hands we're doing? Why? Care plan said, yeah. Even if they have 4, we're only going to do 1. Of course, that might be interesting, but we're only going to do 1. For the test, you get to ask, or you get to decide which one. You can ask the patient which one, but ultimately it's up to you. You're going to, once you've done your opening and washed your hands, you're going to get your barrier, put it out, get your supplies. You're going to get your water using a paper towel. You're going to check it. And then who else is checking it? The patient. Interestingly enough, the evaluator will probably stick their finger in that basin to check the water temperature. So make sure it's warm. Don't fake that. You're going to soak the hand. We'll take it out of the basin to wash it. Remember, basins are no soap zones. We're going to put it back in the basin to rinse and take it out of the basin to dry. Then we're going to clean under the nails. And we're going to use an orange stick for that. You guys know what an orange stick is? Good morning, guys. We now have 33 online. Okay, this is an orange stick. An orange stick has a pointy end, which we aren't using, and it has a slanted end, which we are. The slanted end is going to be used as a bevel. So we're just going to slide it under the edge of the nail, circle it around. Now it's got goop on it though. Do I want to put that goop under another nail? So I'm going to wipe it off on the towel before I move to the next nail. So I'll go around, wipe that in an X just to get all surfaces. We're going to wipe, go around and wipe. Good. You're going to file the rough edges with an emery board. Most of us know what an emery board is. but you're not going to file the way you file your nails because remember, you're young. Your patients probably aren't. As we age, nails get brittle, and I'm starting to experience this myself. I have one nail that is doing what I'm about to tell you. As you age, your nails get brittle because our oil production decreases. And if I take this emery board and I go rapidly across the edge of the nail like this, like you would, what that does is it pushes and pulls the nail very, very quickly. Now, if my nails are brittle, what that does is the very center of the nail doesn't move. So you've constantly got this back and forth friction, and it will split the nail right up the middle. And this one is doing that. So we don't want to go back and forth, which pushes and pulls the nail. You want to file in one direction only. So I'm always going to file toward the center. Instead of going back and forth, I'm just going to go toward the center on this side, toward the center. And then once I get to the center, just right across. And that helps keep that longitudinal force from splitting the nail. Good. Questions? CNAs do not use nail clippers. Nail clippers are advanced pieces of medical machinery we don't touch. I know you use them at home, but we don't use them on patients. And that's because it's very, very easy to, when you're using nail clippers, to cut the edge of the skin. And we're going to learn a little bit later about the effects of diabetes and why diabetics have a hard time healing. And just that little tiny clip of the skin around the nails can actually cause a wound that doesn't heal. So CNAs don't use nail clippers. And truthfully, you don't have to. If you keep the nails filed on a regular basis, once or twice a week, you never have to clip them because we're doing preventative maintenance. Make sense? Questions so far? So once we've cleaned under the nails, filed the rough edges, then we're going to get some lotion, warm it up in our hands, wipe the lotion on the skin, use a towel to wipe off the excess, and then we're going to put everything away. We're going to take our towels and washcloths and put them in dirty linen. We're going to take our basin to the sink, dump it out, rinse it, dry it, and store it. We're going to take our barrier off the table and throw it away. We're going to do our closing and make sure our patient is comfortable, make sure they can reach the call light, open the curtain, make sure the environment's clean, go clean our hands. We don't have to document for this one, so we're not going to do that. And then we're going to think about our skill and make any corrections. Remember that you can make corrections during the test, but you have to do it before you tell the evaluator your skill is done. Because the minute you say that, I'm done, I'm finished, my task is complete, however you want to say it. The minute you say that, that's it. Can't go back and make any corrections. So take a few minutes to think about it. I would go back and read that care plan one more time because we know how important that care plan is. I would go back and read that care plan one more time just to make sure that we did it right and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay. Good.
Are the file and the orange stick, are they single use?
Yes. For the test, they're going to be single use. You're going to throw them away after you've used them. I've been using that emery board for a couple of days, but for the test, yes, they are single use. Primarily because your patient isn't going to be there in like 5 minutes because she's your patient. Okay. Good. Questions? Do you guys understand washing basics? All right, so the important things that we want to remember with hand and nail care is that we want to support that wrist and arm at all times. So if you're going to take the arm and put it in the basin to soak, you want to make sure you're supporting it when you do that. Don't just like pick it up by a finger and drop it in. You want to support that arm. We're going to soak the hand in water. We'll wash, rinse, and dry. We're going to place the hand on the towel and clean under the nails. We're going to use the orange stick to clean using the beveled edge, and then we'll wipe that off in between. We're going to use the emery board to file in one direction, and then we're going to apply the lotion last. So those are the steps that they're grading you on. Okay. All right. Oops. Let me go back to, there we go. All right, so I'm going to show you the video for this one because it does have really good close-ups. And that's important when we get to cleaning the nails, because if I do it here in front of you, you're not going to be able to see clearly.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Wonderful. I need to do hand and nail care on one hand. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands, and then I'll gather my supplies.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to start with a barrier. So I'll place a barrier on the table, and that will give me a place to set your clean supplies. And then I'm going to gather a basin, soap, and lotion. An orange stick and emery board. Two washcloths. And a towel. I'm going to go get some water in the basin.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature, make sure it's okay? Is it good?
Yes.
Okay, you can submerge your hand in there if you'd like,
Okay.
and I'll bring that tray a little bit closer to you.
Thank you.
Is that comfortable?
Yeah.
I'm gonna place the washcloths in here, and we'll wet one of the washcloths and use it to get your hand wet. Now I'm gonna place your hand over here on the towel. Apply soap to the washcloth. And now I'm going to wash all surfaces of your hand, including in between the fingers, in this area between the thumb and the forefinger. You're going to turn your hand over now and wash the palm of your hand. Now we're going to place your hand back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm going to bring your hand over here to dry. I'm going to dry between the fingers. And I'm going to turn your hand over and dry the palm of the hand as well. Okay. Now we'll take the orange stick and I'm going to clean under each nail. Just cleaning the edge. Does that hurt?
No.
We'll wipe the orange stick on a towel in between each finger. And now I'm going to file any rough edges. So I'll file from the outer edge to the middle. And now we can apply lotion. So I'll get a little lotion, warm it up in my hands, and apply it to all surfaces of the hand. That feel good?
Yes.
Okay, now we'll wipe off the lotion. How's that?
Great.
Wonderful. I'm going to place my soiled linens in dirty linen container and then clean up my workspace. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, on the way, we'll pick up the soap and the lotion and place them in the basin. We'll use the paper towel to open the door. Place the basin in. These items will get thrown away. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I offer you a magazine?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call light is right there. Please use it to call me if you have a need. I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Along the top, those are our principles. It shows you how those principles are displayed in the video. All right, any questions on that one? Any questions? No? Everybody good? I know it's Monday. You guys are a quiet group. All right, let's go ahead and take our break. Come back at 11:45.
It's getting cold outside too.
Yeah, it is. I didn't think it was supposed to drop again. Yesterday it was like sweltering.
Yes. Not today. I think the wind makes it worse.
Yeah, the wind is awful, especially out where we live. There's no barrier. It just rips through.
Which vet do you work with?
Right now I work at Garrison off of Spring Hill Drive. Before then, I worked 10 years at Advance, which is also off of Spring Hill Drive.
10 years in one place.
Yeah, and then it was a private owner. He retired and they sold to corporate. So since they sold to corporate, everything went to straight trash.
Of course.
I just had a lot of burnout and compassion fatigue with all the things that they
I
had
can imagine.
changed. I was like, I gotta, and plus, like, I took care of both of my grandpas, my uncle, and then my grandma just passed this past July, and we kept her in the house for her whole for 2 years. But you know, we had a lot of this I've already dealt with elderly. So that my end goal, I'm trying to get into the Jersey College for their accelerated nursing, but my end goal is hospice. That's where I want to work. I have some
Special kind of people.
I have some college child. I'm just very comfortable in that aspect of life. I feel like you know what you're getting. You're there just to make them comfortable. You're not treating. You know, you're just there until it's time for them to go. So that's my end goal, is to be in hospice.
Good for you.
Yeah,
Really?
it's always been my part. So what?
You going into nursing then?
Eventually I want to be an ultrasound technician. That's like my end goal. But I want to do like private ultrasounds. When I was pregnant with my daughter, I went to this lady in Tampa. She actually worked at her house, and she did like gender reveal ultrasounds and like 40 baby ultrasound. And she
I had those done with my son. Those were a lot of
I
fun.
love
I just got the old
They were-
school
And my son looked
35
just
years
like
ago. Liz.
yeah.
his nose was identical when he was born to those pictures. It was
Crazy.
really
I
creepy.
loved it. And like being at her house and like the whole like it was just like more of a like homey environment. It was like a better experience than going to the doctor. She had like warm gel. It
Yeah.
was just like it was nice. It was a nicer experience. So like I want to be able to do that.
I couldn't do pediatrics. I wanted to work in like the funeral industry for many years, and I had done some with a friend that owned a funeral home in Tampa, and I was there when they had a 4-year-old, and that was I couldn't.
I
So
worked right here at the state fair, right, like literally right there. I worked there for my daughter's dad's family owns that daycare, and then they also have another location on Henderson Snow and the big gymnastics place.
Oh, yeah.
That's where my daughter goes now. But I worked there, and then I lived in Alaska for 2 years because my ex was in the military. So we were up there, and I was a preschool teacher. So I've been working with kids since I graduated high
I
school.
love
so-
children, like children and the elderly, but even with hospice, the pediatric, I couldn't. I can't. I think of my own kids and my grandkids.
Well, see, I was talking to a ped nurse and she said the one good thing is kids are kids, they usually get better.
Yeah,
It's rare that
and they're so resilient.
Yeah,
the way
she
their
said so.
mental
you
state
get them,
is
you
not-
help them, get them well, and then send them on.
Yeah.
It's very rare that they
Yeah,
don't make it.
yes,
That's
we
what she
work
said.
in specialty department, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like,
There's actually a pediatric medical center right down the street by Dairy Queen.
Tender care.
Yes, they're hiring for seniors. right
They
now.
are. Yep.
So I think
good.
I'm gonna go straight to the hospital.
that is my
And she wants hospice.
That's my goal.
I was a hospice case manager for 5 years.
That's after my grandpa's and my grandma and my uncle, that's
Yeah.
that's where. it's
Have to have the
close
heart
where
for it
Matt's
for
is.
sure. Yeah.
Special kind of person.
Mhm. All right, YouTube people, hang around after, make sure you hang around after class ends and I'll answer your questions as well. Unfortunately, I can't get to your questions while I'm teaching because it just splits my focus. So hang around after and I'll answer your questions. My new flyers just came in. They're so pretty. I'm gonna put it here for you guys. I designed this so that because we got so many different resources, I've created a ton of stuff for you guys, but it's hard to tell you all at once about all of it. So these, you can take a picture of it. This tells you the top 8 things that we offer for you to help you. You can take a look at that. All right. So any questions before we go on? Any questions before we go on? Okay, let's go to page 100. No, I'm not standing in front of the screen. Page 100, our care plan at the top of the page tells us to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. I'm going to stop there for a second. Anytime you can change a bed with nobody in it, do that. So if the patient is out of bed at the dining room, that's a great time to change sheets. If they're out of bed in the shower room, it's a great time to change sheets. If they're out of bed at radiology, change the sheets. Anytime the bed is empty, you should automatically think, okay, do those sheets need to be changed? I can't overstate this enough. It takes half the time and a quarter of the effort. I can strip a empty bed and remake it in about 2 minutes. If you look at the bottom of the page, they're giving somebody with your level of experience 14 minutes to change a bed with somebody in it. So it's way more work. So if you can, change the bed when it's empty. But there are situations that we're going to come up against now and then where we're going to have to change the bed with somebody still in it. And we have to know how to do that. And that's what this skill is going to teach you to do. So our care plan tells us to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. Resident can roll and move as directed. Yay, but cannot get out of bed. That makes this a lot easier because we can ask them, roll on your side. You know, we can tell them what to do. We're not physically having to move them. Remember that every patient's going to be different. Not all patients that are in bed are going to be able to roll on their own. I'm going to teach you how to roll somebody a little bit later. It says a bedspread, blanket, draw sheet, or underpad is not required for this skill. So this is very basic. Bottom sheet, top sheet, pillowcase. That's it. That's all that's required here. Bottom sheet, top sheet, pillowcase. Good. All right. Now, if you look at the bottom page 101, it says optional method not used for test, draw sheet and chucks. A draw sheet is a top sheet that's folded in half lengthwise. So like the long ways. And it's put underneath the patient on the bed. This can be used as a sling. A draw sheet is used to move a patient toward you. It can be used to move them up in bed. It can be used to transfer them from bed to stretcher. A draw sheet is used as a sling underneath the patient. In most cases, you're going to need 2 people to use a draw sheet, one on each side of the bed, to lift the patient up and move them somewhere. But if you're just moving them closer to you to turn them on their side, then you can use the draw sheet by yourself. But remember, we don't have to use it for the test. Test says a draw sheet is not required. But if you were to have to change a bed with a draw sheet and a pad under the patient, this is how you would do it, is the graphic there at the bottom of page 101. You would take the new bottom sheet and kind of stretch it over the patient a little bit. You'd put the draw sheet on there and the chucks on there, and then you're going to roll the whole thing as tight as you can, the tightest roll you can get. roll the whole thing, and then tuck that under the patient. So the whole goal here is to make the bed a half at a time. A lot of students get mixed up here because they try to make this sterile. You're never going to get it sterile. The body is still in the bed. So students will get like fixated on, well, can you have the dirty pillowcase on the clean sheet? Sure. The patient's on the clean sheet. There's no problem there. So don't try to make this sterile. We're doing the best that we can with the body still in the bed. Okay, does that make sense? Try not to get overly fixated on what's touching what. The patient's touching all of it, and they're the dirty thing in the bed. Okay, good. Questions on that? No? All right, your supplies for this. Of course, we always start with a barrier. That's number one. So we'll get that first. And then you're going to get whatever you need to change sheets. In this case, our care plan says top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase. Let's get that. We also need a privacy blanket because if you remember our rule, we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. So this skill will require a privacy blanket because we're taking the sheets away. Anytime we remove a sheet from the bed, we want to roll it up so we have control over it. And anything that we put on the bed, we want to unfold, not snap. Sheets can't touch the floor. Doesn't matter whether they're clean or dirty, they cannot touch the floor. So be really careful there. But I want to talk to you a minute about putting sheets in dirty linen. Now, in most cases, see if I can get this thing working here. Yay, okay. In most cases, hand over there, you can see this right here is a dirty linen hamper. And you'll see these in a clinical setting, usually in the hallway. Mine is full. It needs to go home and be washed. It seems like that's all I do on weekends is laundry. So this is usually kept in the hallway. Sometimes it'll be kept in a soiled linen room. Okay, we have or soiled utility room. In most units, especially acute care, you're going to have two very special rooms. You got all the patient rooms, you got the nurse's station, but you have two very special rooms. One of them is clean utility. That's where all your clean stuff is. The other one is soiled utility, where all the dirty stuff is, because we don't put dirty stuff in clean rooms and clean stuff in dirty rooms. So you have to have two very special segmented areas for this. So sometimes your hamper will actually be in the soiled utility room, or it could be in the hallway. Where it won't be is in the patient room, like here. So that means that we got to figure out what we're going to do with these sheets. Because when we take the sheets off the bed, if you remember, I said we cannot put sheets on the floor. Clean or dirty, doesn't matter. You can't have sheets on the floor. So if we take the sheets off the bed and we don't have a dirty linen basket to put them in, and they can't go on the floor, well, what do we do with them? In most places, you're not going to have a hamper in the room. We don't keep dirty stuff in patient rooms. That's just doesn't work. So you're not going to have a hamper in the room. But in most places, you're going to have a roll of soiled linen bags. These bags, it's like, they look like garbage bags. And that's kind of what they are. They're thin plastic bags, usually light blue in color, like a really pale blue. And you're going to go get one of those bags, open it up, and you can put the bag on the floor. That's fine. The linens can go in the bag. That's fine. The linens can't go on the floor. Now, anybody know Tide Pods? You guys familiar with Tide Pods, right? They're pretty popular now. You've got Gain Flings. You got everybody has the pod thing now, right? Well, these bags actually were the original pods. It's pretty cool because the whole bag goes in the washer, the whole thing, and it dissolves and it becomes the soap for the industrial laundry. Now, that's good and it's bad. It's good because the people that work in laundry, they don't want to get stuck with needles or come across body fluids and stuff. It's kind of a gross job to take the dirty when you don't know. I mean, talk about like the worst Christmas ever, right? You open a bag, you don't know what's in there, and you get a handful of ick, right? So they don't want to do that. That's not what they signed up for. So by being able to put the entire bag in the laundry, it keeps the laundry people safer. That makes sense, right? The bad news is that nobody's going through the laundry. So if the hearing aids get wrapped up in those sheets, they're going in the laundry. If the dentures get wrapped up in the sheets, they're going in the laundry. If the cell phones or the pens there's a million things that could get wrapped up in those sheets. So our job is to pay super close attention and make sure that we're not including any foreign objects when we're bundling these sheets up for laundering. A question that comes up a lot is biomedical waste. Anybody ever hear that term, biomedical waste? We also call them red bags. And a lot of people think, well, if let's say this patient has had an accident and there's urine and feces all over these sheets, they'll bundle them up and put them in a red bag for biomedical waste. We don't do that. The only time you're allowed to put things in medical waste, particularly linens, is if you're instructed to do so on what would instruct us to do that? The care plan. That's right. That's right. Other than that, it's just plain old waste. So it can go into the laundry. Okay. Make sense? Good. Be careful about that. And so you guys know I'm plugged into all of these groups, CNA groups online. So somebody posted this weekend, I kind of got a kick out of this one. Whoops. The post was normalize using plastic bags in bedpans. Because if you don't use a plastic bag in a bedpan, I'm going to throw the bedpan away. So that was the comment, right? And there's 300, or that was the post, and there's 300 comments. Yeah, I'm not cleaning that. I'm not, basically throw it away. Well, there's a problem with that line of thinking, and I want you to kind of be aware of this. Everything that is used on a patient is not free. It's not free. That patient is going to get a bill. Nursing home bills, $9,000 a month. And that's not covered by long-term care, by insurance in most cases. That is $9,000 a month that patient has to pay. $9,000 a month. Hospital visits, roughly $450 a day. That's for basic care. That's not medications, treatments, or anything else. $450 a day for basic care. Now, everything that we use in those clinical settings is going to get billed to the patient on top of those charges. On top of. So if we've got a patient who is stuck in bed and is using a bedpan, and we have CNAs that just go grab a new bedpan every single time and throw it away, that patient is getting charged for multiple bedpans at about $40 a clip. That's horrible. Same thing with linens. If you're taking all the linens and bundling them up and putting them in biohazard, those don't get laundered. That means that the facility has lost a set of sheets, and sheets are expensive to replace. So every decision that you make as a CNA is going to have a direct impact on the finances of either the facility or the patient. Now, you may be thinking, well, so what? I don't have to pay either of those bills. I don't care. I'm going to do what makes life easier for me. Well, you should care, because if the patients can't afford to pay the bills and the facility doesn't get reimbursed, what do you think that does to your paycheck? Yeah, they're going to start cutting staff. Absolutely. Now, if I've got a decision to make, if I can cut a CNA or I can cut a nurse. Now, nurses have 3 years of education. They're harder to replace, harder to find. And I have to have those because they make higher level decisions. Or a CNA, easy to replace, 4 weeks of education, you know, they're easier. Which one do you think I'm going to cut? Yeah, absolutely, all day long. Because if you've been there for 4 years, I can get rid of you and get somebody in that I can pay a little bit less. So this really should impact you, because it really is, in a very real sense, your job that will be on the line if the finances of the facility are in jeopardy. They're not getting rid of the nurses. You guys are the ones. Does that make sense? I mean, doesn't make sense, but we don't like it, but we need to be very aware of it. So everything that we use is going to be billed. Everything. That includes linens and basins and bedpans and washcloths and all of that. You need to be aware of that. My very first job in a hospital was in purchasing. I was 18 years old, big girl job, right? Had a multi-million-dollar budget that I was responsible for. It was a great job. I got to shop all day. I mean, what better job? It was fantastic. But I started to realize just how much we go through, you know, on a facility level, how many supplies it takes to keep a facility running. It was astounding. Now, on the other end of that, if we're throwing them away, they got to go somewhere, don't they? So that's a problem too. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we go. But keep that in mind because it's important. So the supplies for this one is a barrier, a bottom sheet, a top sheet, a pillowcase, and a bath blanket. You also need somewhere to put these dirty linens when they come off the bed. So for the test, I'm going to talk to you about for the test, you will have a basket at the end of the bed. They're going to make this super easy for you. So there's going to be a basket right there or a stand-up hamper right beside the bed, but it's going to be right there. You don't have to leave the room to dispose of your dirty linens. But in a clinical setting, you're going to need a bag. So there is a difference. Now, that may show up on the written test because they know that the skills test isn't a true reflection of the clinical experience. Any questions on that? Please do not carry soiled linens out in the open into the hallway. So don't like take the top sheet, bundle it up and just carry it into the hallway. It needs to be in a bag if it's leaving the room. Okay. All right. Any questions on that? We're going to change the bed a half at a time. So that means that we're going to change the right half of the bed and then turn the patient over and change the left half of the bed. You do not need side rails on a bed to make this happen. A lot of people get confused about this. How many of you guys sleep in a bed? Anybody sleep in a bed? How long have you been sleeping in a bed? Yeah. Okay, you probably started out in a crib. And once you started climbing out of the crib, freedom, right? You little kids, babies, when they learn how to get over that, you can't keep them in there now. They have freedom and they're drunk on freedom and they are going to use it every chance they get. So you got to take them out of the crib and you end up putting them in one of those little toddler beds that are really close to the floor. And they are going to learn how to sleep in a bed. Now, if mom really liked you, she'd probably put something soft on the floor. That way, when you fell out of bed, you fell on something soft. But you had to learn how to sleep in a bed. This whole process, there's a term for it. It's called spatial awareness. And you learn spatial awareness somewhere between 18 and 36 months. So 1.5 to 3 years is when you really perfect this. And this is when your body learns to occupy safely the space that it has to work with. This is why you can sit on a chair without arms and not fall off. This is how you can sleep in a bed and roll. And even when you're dead asleep, not fall out of bed. Because that little part of your brain responsible for spatial awareness is always on, even when you're sleeping, except for there's two specific times that it's not. When you drink alcohol in excess and on certain medications. Remember those little stickers on the pill bottles we talked about, right? You know, the ones that say may cause drowsiness. Yeah, it's putting that little area of your brain, spatial awareness, it's compromising that. So, but other than that, other than alcohol in excess, this is why you can start the night out at a bar, sitting on that bar stool just fine. But after a couple, that bar stool starts to feel a little wobbly and you slide off and you can't really quite get your body in alignment. That's spatial awareness. Now, the nice thing is this part of your brain is always on, other than those 2 times, always on, even when you're sound asleep. So when you go to bed and you swing your legs into bed and you fall asleep and you toss and you turn nonstop, you're always moving. We'll explain that later on. Toss and you turn, always moving. Your brain will still keep you in that bed. Now, you might think, well, yeah, because my bed's huge. I got lots of room to move, right? That's, that's not a stretch. Anybody ever nap on the couch? You don't fall off the couch either, usually. So it's not based on having a lot of space to work with. It's not even based on familiarity. So if you've ever gone to somebody else's house and sleep in an unfamiliar bed, or a hotel, sleep in an unfamiliar bed, you still maintain that awareness of the space that you have, because that part of the brain is always on. So you don't need side rails on a bed to keep you safely in the space. You will do that all by yourself. Now, to illustrate that, I'm going to ask for a volunteer. Okay, I need a volunteer. Somebody, anybody, come over here with me real quick. Okay, all I want you to do, this won't hurt a bit. All I want you to do is lay down in the bed on your back. Yep. Okay. So she laid down in the bed. Actually, hold that thought. We're going to do that. Okay. So, because this illustrates this really well. I asked her to lay down in the bed. She knows she's not there for a very long time. She knows this is temporary and she knows I'm just illustrating something. But where did she put herself in that bed? In the middle. Did I tell her to do that? She did that, even though she knows it's temporary. She's like, how temporary? Let's get this done, right? She wants to get up. She knew that was temporary, but she still put herself in the middle of the bed. Why? That's where her body felt safest. That's where her body felt safest. So if I ask you to roll so you're facing that wall, can you do that for me? How comfortable are you? Okay, come back onto your back. Now, can I ask you to turn so you're facing that like you would in bed? How would you turn? Okay. Do you see what she did? This was a little bit different. The first time she rolled, she felt really, really close to the edge. The second time, she shifted her bottom. So her bottom stayed in the same place, just facing a different direction. Isn't that cool? You did that without even thinking about it. And your patients aren't going to need to think about it either. This is ingrained in them. So when you're asking a patient to turn, that's what they're going to do. They're going to shift so they stay in the middle of the bed. If they don't, you're going to help them stay in the middle of the bed. But this is also important because if we are going to move the patient, we need to remember this because we want the butt in the same place facing a different direction at the end of the turn. In order to make that happen, we're going to scoot them toward us and then roll them away. So at the end of the roll, they're in the middle of the bed, just facing a different direction. Good. Thank you. Good job. All right, so you do not need, there we go. You do not need side rails to keep somebody safely in bed. If the patient doesn't have spatial awareness, that's going to come out during that RN assessment, and then they'll have something on the care plan that tells us what to do. Are you starting to see how big these assessments are and how much the RN has to look at and take into consideration when they're writing these care plans? It's kind of important because CNAs a lot of times want the nurses to help them with transferring and toileting and all these other things. Well, remember, the RN can do your job, but you can't do theirs. So if the RN is spending all of their time doing this personal care, there's no time left over to do the nursing planning that needs to be done. Okay, that's why the RNs need assistance to do those routine tasks. Now, if you're going to go on for RN, understanding a good assessment is the biggest foundation of what you're going to learn. Okay? Because that's what drives everything else. So do you guys understand a little bit about spatial awareness and safety in the bed? This skill, it tells us the patient can turn as directed. So we're just going to tell them what we want them to do. And we don't need side rails to keep them safe as we're doing this skill. So this skill is going to start with our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to change your sheets. Is that okay? Full curtain, wash hands, get a barrier first, get supplies second. We're going to put the privacy blanket over the patient. We're going to pull the sheet down, take it off the bed and ball it up and put it in dirty linen. We're going to have the patient scoot toward us and then roll on their side so they're in the middle of the bed. We're going to change the bottom sheet on this side of the bed, take the old one off, put the new one on. And then we're going to go around to the other side of the bed and do that again. So we're going to change the bottom sheet a half at a time. When we remove it from the bed, we ball it up, put it in dirty linen. We're going to put a new top sheet on, make hospital corners. I'll talk to you about that in a minute. We're going to change the pillowcase. We'll take that privacy blanket away, ball it up, put it in dirty linen, and we're going to do our closing. Now, gloves. So far, I haven't talked about gloves with this skill. This skill is going to be done, if you look at the bottom of page 100, on another testing student. That's you. So you are fully clothed and you're holding on to all of your own body fluids like a champ. So I'm not touching any Body fluids, I'm not touching any personal skin because she's fully clothed. I'm not touching any open skin. So do I need gloves for this patient right here? No. In a clinical setting, chances are your patient's in a gown and not much else. So there's some personal skin there. Would I wear gloves? So it depends on the situation and the patient you're working with as to whether you need gloves for this. Okay, good. Questions? All right, I'm going to show you this video just because it's got really good close-ups, and I need these close-ups when you change the bottom sheet. That's the hard one. The bottom sheet, you're going to roll it toward the patient. Our principle here is clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. So this is a principle that we're going to learn called linen rules. And just like all the other principles we've learned, there are rules involved. So we already know the first one, linens can't touch your uniform. Yeah, we've learned that. We also know that you have to have clean hands to get your clean linens. We've learned that too. We've also learned that we don't snap or shake linen. So none of this is new to us, except for the next one. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And we have to learn that because you're going to hear that in lots of skills from this point. But that dirty sheet is going to roll yeah, sorry about that. We're going to roll that dirty sheet and tuck it up underneath the patient. Okay, so that we untuck the corners, dirty rolls away. So I'm going to roll it toward the patient, tuck it under them, take the clean sheet, attach the corners, clean rolls toward me. And then I'm going to tuck it under the dirty. So when the patient turns back onto their back, they're going to be turning onto a big speed bump, a roll in the middle of the bed. Then you're going to go around to the other side of the patient, have them scoot towards you and roll to the middle. We'll take that dirty sheet off and unroll the clean and tuck the corners. Okay, so clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. And you're going to see that in the video pretty clearly with the close-ups. And then anything we don't use has to be discarded. This is a nursing principle. This is kind of a use it or lose it principle. If you take stuff out of the clean supply shelf into a patient room and don't use it, once it's out of your sight, once you leave that room, you cannot be 100% certain that those items are still clean. So we can't trust them. Somebody may have sat on them, spilled, clean up spilled coffee. We just don't know. So you use it or you lose it. There will be a written test question on that principle. Okay. So these are the important parts for this particular skill. We're going to have our patient on their side in the middle of the bed when we're changing the bottom sheet. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. We always remain behind the patient behind. So when a patient turns, you never have them turn towards you. You never want the patient's face to be eye level with your crotch. Always behind the patient. We want to make sure we're smoothing any wrinkles. And that's kind of important because wrinkles are going to contribute to bed sores. We'll talk about that a little bit next week. We're going to make some hospital corners, loosen the sheet over the toes, and we'll replace the pillowcase with the opening facing away from the door. All right, so let me go back up here. And I'm going to show you this video.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. I need to change your sheets. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm gonna close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll start out with a barrier. I'm going to get a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and a pillowcase, and a privacy blanket. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm gonna place this blanket over you. This will help protect your privacy and keep you warm while we do this still, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to spread this out. Can you hold that blanket in place?
Yes.
And I'm gonna remove the sheet for that. We'll place the sheet in your linen. Mr. Jones, can I get you to scoot toward me, please? Thank you. And can you roll up so that you're on your side facing that direction? Thank you. I'll remove the two corners of the sheet from the side of the bed. And I'm gonna roll the soiled sheet in toward the patient. Tightly. I'm gonna tuck it up underneath the patient all along the length of his body. Now I'll take the clean sheet, unfold it. Spread it out on the mattress. And attach the corners. Now I'll roll the clean sheet toward me. We'll roll it so that it's tight with no wrinkles as we tuck it under the soil sheet. Okay, Mr. Jones, come on back onto your back, and I need you to scoot to the center of the bed, please. Thank you. Can you scoot toward me, please? And can you roll so that you're laying on your side facing away from me? Thank you. I'll now remove the sheet from the bed that was soiled, wrapping it into a ball. And I'll go place this in dirty linen. Now I'll unroll the clean sheet and secure the corners on the mattress. As I do so, I'll make sure to stretch the sheet so that it's flat and minimize the wrinkles that are underneath the patient. Okay, Ms. Jones, can you come back onto your back, please? And scoot to the middle. Thank you. I'm now gonna place the top sheet over you. And I'll remove that back blanket now. We'll roll it in a ball and place it in dirty linen. Now I'm going to secure the sheet. I'm going to lift the mattress and smooth the sheet down so that it's flat under the mattress on both sides. Now I'll make rocks to the corners. By lifting the top edge of the sheet about a foot from the end of the mattress. Straight up. It'll form a triangle. Everything else will get tucked underneath. I'll repeat that on this side. And I'll loosen this over his toe so he has some wiggle room. There, how's that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. I'm gonna remove the pillow from under your head. I'll bring it right back. I'll remove the pillowcase. Be careful not to allow it to touch my uniform. And lay the pillow on the overbed table. We'll place the pillowcase in your room. I'll take the clean pillowcase and scrunch it up all the way to the edges. We'll put the tag side in, place the pillowcase on top of the tag side of the pillow, and pull the sides down. I'll now place the pillow under his head with the opening facing away from the door. How is that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank
Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please don't hesitate to call. Can I get you something like a magazine?
you. No, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. The barrier will be thrown away. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. Questions?
That's one you can practice at home pretty easily, even if you don't have a live human lying around that you can throw in the bed. You can put a pillow in the bed and get pretty much the same, effect. So this is something that you really can practice at home on your own as well. All right. Ready to keep going? Let's go to page 37 in your book. And the care plan at the top of page 37 tells us the patient will be lying in bed for the skill. Count the patient's respirations for 1 full minute and record your readings. So how long are we counting for? So we're going to look at the clock, pick a starting point, say start out loud. We're going to count the breathing until the second hand returns to that point. We'll say stop out loud. And then we'll do our closing and document and wash our hands. This is a relatively quick, easy skill. They give you, 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes to get this done. We're only counting for 1. So that's 4 minutes to do your opening, your hand washing, your closing, and your documentation. That's a lot of time. When you're counting breathing or respirations, there's a couple things that you need to be aware of. First of all, don't tell them that you're counting their respirations because it will alter their breathing. If I tell you, okay, I'm going to count your breathing, ready, start. You'll either start breathing faster because now you're aware of it, or a lot of people go, and they quit breathing. So we don't want the patient to know what we're counting here. Instead of saying respirations or breathing, we want to say vital signs. I'm here to count your vital signs. Is that okay? Respirations is part of vital signs, so it's perfectly okay. We're still getting consent. The other problem with this is that you don't want to just stand over somebody and stare at them. I mean, if there's a person in this bed and I'm just standing there like this, How awkward do you think that patient feels? I mean, I'm just quietly staring at their chest. That's like really high on the creep meter. We don't want to do that. So when you're counting respirations, you don't want to just stand there and stare at them. You want them to think you're counting their pulse. So I'm going to hold her wrist, elbow on the bed, of course, hold her wrist and count her breathing. I don't have her pulse. I am holding her hand, but she doesn't know that. Her focus is going to be here, and that's going to make her a little bit more relaxed, and I'll get a much more accurate count. Good. Normal is between 12 and 20. So if I get under 12, what do I need to do? If I get over 20, what do I need to do? Okay. For the test, they give you 2 breaths in either direction as your margin of error. So that means if you get 14 and the patient or the nurse got 12, 13, 14, 15, or 16, you're still accurate. I mean, that is such a huge margin of error. That is massive. So this skill is not about being accurate. It's not. You can be inaccurate and still pass. It's about showing the right technique because they know you're going to be nervous for the test. And as long as you're doing it correctly, you'll get better. If you're not doing it correctly, no amount of practice is going to make you better because you keep doing it wrong. Okay. Does that make sense? So this skill, if you look at the bottom of the page there on page 37, you'll see that you're going to have 5 minutes to complete this skill. You can complete it in less time. That's okay. You don't want to go over. This is going to be another testing student. So one of you guys might be the patient in the bed for this. The patient's going to be in bed. Charting is required. Normals between 12 and 20, and you can be off by 2 breaths per minute. Now, if you wanted to see the documentation form they're going to use for the test, it's right there on page 37 in the middle of the screen. That's right here. But if you go to page 123, I believe, no, 120, sorry, 120. All of the documentation forms that are used on the test are on page 120 and 121. So you can use these when you're practicing. It's the same documentation forms used on the test. I want to spend just a moment talking to you about documentation principles, though, and there's a whole lesson there on page 36 that you can read on your own. But I'm going to sum this up very briefly. First of all, CNAs generally do not document with words. There will be some settings where you have to use words to document, but for the most part, the majority of places, CNA documentation is numbers. So pulse, respirations, blood pressure, food intake, fluid intake during the shift, numbers. And the reason for that is that documentation is legal. Anything that's written in the patient's chart can be discovered by a lawyer and can be used. And CNAs often, because remember that we're trained to be assistants. So sometimes we write things that shouldn't be written in a medical chart. For instance, I think the patient has a UTI because the urine smells bad and the patient has a hard time going. Right? Somebody might write that as a CNA. But that statement used by a lawyer would cause all sorts of problems. First of all, it starts out with I. Medical documentation should not be about you. It should be about the patient. So that's the first problem. It starts out with I. The next word says think. Are we allowed to do that? So they're going to ask you, where were you trained to think? What gives you the right to make that determination? And then it goes on to say that the patient has a UTI. Well, who gave you the authority to diagnose? So there's a lot of problems with that statement, and CNAs do this without meaning to. You just kind of write the way you would talk, but that's not how documentation is supposed to be structured. So in most places, CNAs are not going to be documenting with words. It's only numbers, and that keeps you out of trouble. That's good. But if you do document with words, you have to be brief, you have to be accurate, you have to be complete, and it should always focus on the patient. What you see, smell, feel, hear. It should be very patient-centered. You should never use the term I, and you should never use the word think. Does that make sense? It's called the ABCs of medical documentation: accurate, brief, complete, just the facts, not your interpretation of the facts, not what you think is going on, just the facts. You should use, in most settings, black ink. Most settings require black ink, but you'll go through your policy and procedures when you get hired. If for some reason you made a mistake, you don't get to use whiteout or throw the page away. You're just going to write one line through the error, and you write error above it and your initials. And that just shows that, you made a mistake, but you're not trying to hide anything. If you scribble it out or erase it or use whiteout, the lawyers will have a field day with it, because now it looks like you're hiding something. And hiding something is what the lawyers are trying to find. Okay. So be aware of those documentation principles. Another one that's super important is that you only document what you did when you did it. And this happens a lot for CNAs, and I don't know why. But let's say that you're coming on shift. It's 3:00 in the afternoon and she's going off shift. She's had a horrible morning. She worked 7 to 3. It was chaos. She didn't get everything done. And on her way out, now she knows you pretty well. You guys are friends. And on your way out, you tell her, hey, I didn't get to document intake and output on these 3 patients. Here's my numbers. Can you just write them in for me? And the answer to that is no, you can't. You can only write things you did. Never document for somebody else. I don't care how close you are to them, how much time you think you're saving them. You never, ever document for someone else. You also have to document at the time that you do whatever it is that you did. I'll give you a great example of this. Oh, talk about a nightmare. When I worked in hospice, there was a CNA that was one-on-one with a patient overnight. And the CNA was bored out of her mind, trying to stay awake. And they had to document every 15 minutes that the patient was, sleeping peacefully or resting comfortably, or, whatever was happening with the patient. Every 15 minutes, there needed to be an entry, because you're at the bedside one-on-one. And this CNA, being bored, just, kind of filled it in for the next couple hours. And wouldn't you know it, the patient did not make it through the night. And yet, the patient passes away at 2 a.m. and at 4 a.m., I see that they're resting comfortably. One of these two is lying. So don't pre-document. You document what you did, and only you, at the time you did it. Don't write things in advance. Okay. Good. Okay. But you can read that on your own. Now, along those lines, we also have page 61 of your book. This is on medical abbreviations. Don't get too wrapped up in this. But if you turn to page 62 and 63, there is a activity here for you. There's a lot of medical abbreviations. Medical Terminology and Abbreviations is a book about this thick. And if you go to nursing school, it's a whole course that you're going to have to take to learn medical terminology and abbreviations. This is 1 page, guys. 1 page. So understand this is not a comprehensive list. This is a list of the most common medical abbreviations that you will encounter as a CNA. Not as a nurse. This is, written for CNAs. It's a good idea to learn them. But if you can't learn the whole list, there's a couple that you absolutely have to know. So we're going to go down the first column. And I'm going to tell you the ones that you absolutely need to learn. So put a little dot next to them or highlight them or whatever you need to do. The first 4, PRN, STAT, BID, and TID. Now, the problem is that you're looking at this. Let's take the first one for example, and it says PRN, and you're thinking, how in the world is PRN as needed? Well, that's because you're thinking in English and PRN is abbreviated Latin. You guys are not speaking the same language. So most medical abbreviations are going to be abbreviated Latin, which is why it won't make any sense to you. But then America became #1 America, and we created our own abbreviations for things. So some of them will be abbreviated English because that's not confusing at all, right? So PRN is abbreviated Latin. And I'm not going to try, my Latin is very rusty, so I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but it's translated to as needed. STAT means now, and BID and TID. Now, these really confuse students. Well, how in the world does BID mean twice a day? Well, again, it's Latin, but B stands for bi. How many wheels does a bicycle have? 2. So B stands for bi. Bi means 2. So BID is twice a day. TID, same thing. T stands for tri. How many angles does a triangle have? 3. So TID, T stands for tri. Tri means 3. Now, following this, you would think QID. Q would stand for quad. Any guesses? 4 times a day, except we're not allowed to use that one anymore because we have a different abbreviation called QD. Now, in that case, Q stands for every. So that's why we don't use QID, because everywhere else Q stands for every. And if we did QID 4 times a day, it would be very confusing because now you don't know, does the Q stand for or for every? We don't know. So we don't use QID. Instead, we would use Q6H. Okay. Yep. Yeah. And that's another, that one for some reason hasn't caught on to, I have used that as well, but it hasn't really caught on too much in main medicine. We generally tend to do Q6. So that Q stands for every 6 hours is 4 times a day. Make sense? All right. So just below that, you'll see QH, Q2H, Q3H, Q4H. You kind of get the gist of that. Remember, Q stands for every. Now, moving down a little bit further under daily activities, there's a couple that you do need to know. First one is ad lib. Ad lib means patient calls the shots. They get out of bed when they want to. They go to the bathroom when they want to. They eat when they want. Ad lib just means whatever they want. ADLs. Well, yeah, we need to know that one because that's what we do. 99% of CNA work is ADLs. Moving on down, about halfway down, you'll see I's and O's, intake and output. We're going to measure that intake and output. in a lot of our skills. 3 down from there is NPO, nothing by mouth. Again, abbreviated Latin. Don't try to make this English. I'll tell you a story. And I swear this is true. It sounds made up, but it's not. So years and years, we own the scrub shop, and, people come in, and back when I was working in the scrub shop more, I became friendly with our frequent customers, and we had one, and she worked down in Tampa at a big hospital, and she worked in the cardiac cath lab. And one morning, first patient on the docket to have a cardiac cath, she goes up, it's like 4:45 in the morning. She goes up to get the patient, and the patient is sitting up in bed eating. Now, she knows that you're not supposed to eat before a cardiac cath procedure. And she goes out and finds a nurse. Why is the patient eating? And the nurse says, I don't know. There's a student with that one. So go ask the student. So the cardiac cath nurse goes and finds the student and says, why is Mr. Rodriguez eating? And this is the conversation as it was relayed to me. Okay. So nurse, why is the patient eating? Student, because the patient's NPO. Nurse, I know they're NPO. Why are they eating? Student, because they're NPO. I went and got the tray myself. What do you think NPO means? Student, nanas, pineapples, and oranges. First of all, nanas? I mean, that doesn't even make sense, right? Nanas, pineapples, and fruit tray. She went and got a fruit tray for this patient right before a medical procedure. Of course, needless to say, the cardiac cath nurse was less than impressed. The instructor had to get involved. The patient did not get their procedure that day. And the doctor, the cardiac cath doctor, is now sitting around twiddling his thumbs, waiting for the next patient to get prepped. He was not happy. So all because at the end of the day, what happened here is that the student didn't know what NPO meant. And instead of admitting, I don't know what this means, let me check with the nurse or my instructor or Google, made it up. So you need to understand that NPO is not abbreviated English. It does not stand for nanas. It's abbreviated Latin, which means nothing by mouth. I can't even imagine being on that floor during that conversation. 2 below that is OOB, out of bed. We like that one. Remember, we're going to change the sheets anytime the patient is OOB. PPE is personal protective equipment. That is super important as well. So if you know those, you'll be in good shape for the test. But you really should have a passing awareness of everything on this page, because it's going to help you when you get report. So the activity on page 63 will allow you to use that chart on page 62 and apply what you're learning to actual reports that you would receive at work. Good. Questions? So that's something that you'll probably want to work on your own. One more thing, one more activity for you. This is on page 29. This kind of goes hand in hand with this. Is military time. You should use military time for the test. You don't have to. You can use regular time. If you use regular time, you must use AM or PM. because healthcare works 24 hours a day. So if you use regular time, you have to indicate AM or PM. But military time is used in most facilities. You do need to learn it. It's not hard. Regular time, I think, is way harder. I want to know who in the world came up with this system. Okay, so how many hours in a day? 24. Yes. Yes, there's 24 hours in a day. Who is the bozo that somewhere along the way said, okay, let's go to 12 and let's start over? Who thought that was a good idea? Why? So 24 hours makes more sense. There's 24 hours a day. Military time is using all 24 hours. It makes way more sense. So that's all military time is. It's using all 24 hours. So instead of going 10, 11, 12, 1, it goes 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it just keeps going. It just makes more sense. So military time, 4 numbers all squished together. No AM, no PM, no colon. Just squish the hour and the minutes together and make military time. But you got to have 4 numbers. If you don't have 4 numbers, you put a 0 in front. So 1:13 in the morning. Oh, that's not 4 numbers. I need a 0 in front. 4 numbers all squished together. No AM, no PM, no colon. So that activity on page 29 will help you with military time. But I always wondered that. Who was the guy that could only count to 12 and had to start over? And why are we all doing that? Because military time is way easier. Way easier. All right. So that will help you convert that. Okay. So page 37, respirations. Okay, so these are the things that we have to remember for this particular skill. Respirations are always always reported over 1 minute. If you're counting for 15 seconds, you got to multiply that by 4 to get your 1 minute reading. Normals between 12 and 20. We're not going to tell the patient we're counting the breathing. We want to say start before we start counting and stop when we stop, so the evaluators keep up because they're going to count at the same time. In and out is counted as 1 full cycle. So in and out is counted as 1. So it doesn't matter whether you start on the inhale, whether you count it in the middle, whether you count it on the exhale, doesn't matter because the whole thing counts as 1. Doesn't matter. But patients aren't going to breathe that exaggerated. Breathing is easy, quiet, even hard to pick up. If your patient is breathing that exaggerated, you probably need to tell somebody. In general, the person that you're counting on for the test, it's going to be hard to see. So for the test, they're actually going to make this a little bit easier because if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see the patient's going to be laying in bed. And that means that we can actually see the tummy go up and down as they're breathing, which does make it a little bit easier to count the respirations. This is a documentation skill, so we are going to have to document. So we go back up here. Okay. So I'm going to show you this skill. We're all going to count together. So you guys are going to be the evaluator, but I want to show you something pretty cool. I need somebody over in the bed for me. Anybody. All you got to do is breathe. This one's easy. All you got to do is breathe. Okay. It's a comfy bed. It is a comfy bed. Okay, yeah, keep your arms at your sides for me, please. Now, if you look over there, you probably can't see her breathing really well, but her tummy is moving up and down. And once she settles in, because right now she knows we're all staring, so she's not breathing very well. So again, you don't want them to know. But the tummy is going up and down, and it's kind of hard to see. You can see it a little bit better from the side, You can see the tummy going up and down, but it's still kind of hard to pick up. There's something you can do to make this easier. So if you just take an alcohol pad, I'm just going to lay that right there for just a minute. If you take an alcohol pad and put it on their tummy, you can actually see the respirations a whole lot easier. We got to wait for her to kind of settle in. If you're looking from the side, this is a lot easier if you're looking from the side. But if you're looking from the side, you can see the rise and fall a lot easier. Now, the reason we use an alcohol pad, you don't want anything heavy that's going to weigh the patient down. So something very light is what we're using. But alcohol pads are kind of mystical, magical, and medical, right? We're used to using them. Patients know what they are. And usually if I put an alcohol pad on the tummy, they won't ask. They just assume I'm going to need it for something later. And it's strange because it's the one thing that they really won't ask much about. If they do ask, I can give them a totally nonsense answer like, I'm going to need that later. And they'll go, okay. It's funny, but if you put anything else on their tummy, they won't have that same reaction. So we use alcohol pads because you can throw them away. They're cheap, they're disposable, but they work really well to help visualize the rise and fall. And that's because of psychology. Your eye is drawn to movement when it's a contrasting color. It'll make it easier to see. Okay, so just stay there. And I'm going to do this entire skill from beginning to end. I'm going to do my opening. I will simulate hand washing just for the sake of time. And we'll talk about that after the skill. But I'm going to do my opening. I'm going to count the respirations. I'll say start out loud and say stop out loud. When I'm counting, you guys should be counting too. Okay. Those of you playing along at home, you can take you can try to see on the screen, see if you can count it. And then at the end of the skill, I will wash my hands, document, and then wash my hands again. Okay. So here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I need to get your vital signs. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. I want to make sure that the documentation form is close by, so I remember to document. I have clean hands. I've washed my hands. And I'm going to put the alcohol, I just need to lay that there for a second. All right. Oh, what pretty nails. All right. Can everybody see? Okay, ready, set, start. Stop. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Okay, call light's right there. If you need anything at all, just press that button. Open the curtain. My environment is clean. I've washed my hands. Document my reading. And I'm going to wash my hands again. After that, I'll review the care plan one more time just to make sure, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Thank you very much. You can go ahead and have a seat. What'd you guys get? 11, that's what I got. Now, if you noticed, about halfway, yeah. And then she relaxed and it became easier to see the respiration. So at first it was kind of hard to pick them up. And then she looked at me and she was about to start laughing and she turned her head away and then her respirations she became more aware of them again. So yeah. Yeah. So it really is important that your patient isn't aware of what you're doing, because when they are aware, it really does affect how they breathe. Unfortunately for the test, your patient's going to know exactly what you're doing because it's another one of you. Just, try to relax as much as you can during this one. But if you were, I got 11. So if you got 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13, you're still in the realm of accuracy. So any questions on this one? Okay, so we got 11. Yeah, so we got 11. What do we do with that? Yeah, report it to the nurse. Absolutely. It doesn't mean anything for you. You're young. As a nurse, I'm not going to be overly concerned about it. So if you were to come to me, okay, let's say that you did take vital signs and you got 11, and you were to come to me and say, hey, I just took respirations on this patient over here and I got 11. I'm probably going to ask you a follow-up question like, was it labored? Do they seem like they were having any trouble? No, seemed okay. Everything, was okay. I'll probably go in and take a quick peek just to make sure nothing is going on, but chances are it's okay. Some people breathe a little slower than others. Some people breathe a little faster than others. Everybody's a little bit different. We have normal parameters, but that doesn't mean that if you're outside of normal parameters, it's necessarily bad. Okay, good. Questions? Not too bad, right? That one's kind of easy. Remember I said that you will get a documentation skill on the state exam? You guys remember that? In your white book, go to page 17 real quick. These are the care plan sets from the state exam. So you're going to get one of these. One of these 11 is what you're going to get for the test. If you take a look at each one, put a little check mark next to all the ones that have respirations. You see it shows up quite a bit. This one is the most common documentation skill on the state exam. So it's probably one you want to practice. You have a pretty good chance of getting respirations. Questions? All right, I want to talk to you about simulations really quickly. Remember on the very first day, I told you there's 5 things that you're being graded on. 3 that are the care plan. That's what's on the care plan set on page 17. And then you've got indirect care. You guys remember indirect care? And then you have hand washing, but they're not going to tell you to go wash your hands. You guys remember those 5 things? Okay. In the first skill that you do, whatever care plan set you get, whatever the first skill you get is, you're going to physically go to the sink and wash your hands during your opening. And you're going to physically go to the sink and wash your hands during the closing. They're not going to tell you to do that. You've got to physically do that. And then after that skill is done, they're going to tell you at some point, you don't need to wash your hands anymore. Just tell me when you would wash them. You can simulate hand washing. Simulate means say. Simulate means say. So on skill 2, instead of going to the sink, you're simply going to say, my hands are clean. I have clean hands. I've just washed my hands. You're going to say something about hand washing.
So most likely they're just gonna make us do it for the first.
Right. Now, you don't simulate until they tell you to. And the reason for that is, let's say you made a little mistake, just a little goof. You did something a little wrong. Maybe you didn't use enough soap, not enough bubbles, just a little bit wrong. They may let you wash your hands during skill 2 and count that one instead. So we don't simulate until they tell us to, but at some point they're going to tell you to simulate, because there's 8 people testing on any given day, 8 people. Each of them have 3 skills. They have to wash their hands before and after each skill. So that's 6 hand washings per person, 8 people. That means that I would have to watch 48 hand washings in a day. Do you know how boring that would be for me? If all I had to do was stand there and watch people wash their hands, it'd be horrible. So they're going to cut you off as quick as they can. They're going to tell you simulate as quick as they can. But we don't simulate until they tell us to, because they may grade a second one if you didn't do so well on the first. All right, any questions on anything we've gone over so far today? No questions? All right, moving on. We are going to page 38. All right, we're going to learn about blood pressure. Go ahead and take out your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes. Okay, before we learn how to use all this stuff, I want to explain to you what a blood pressure is. What are we doing here? So you have a heart, left side of your chest, heart contracts, pushes out a wave of blood. We heard about this with pulse. That wave of blood pushes one in front of it. That wave of blood pushes one in front of it, and so on. And this is how blood moves through your circulatory system. But when that wave moves through, it actually bulges the artery there. So think of it this way. This is a better analogy for you. Let's say that I have a hose attached to a faucet on the outside of my house. And I go out there and I turn the faucet all the way on. Water comes through the hose expands, gets bigger, harder, more pressure inside. Turn the faucet off. The hose shrinks down, becomes squishier, less pressure inside. Good? Okay, so when water's moving through it, the hose is big. In between, no water, hose is small. That's your artery. When the heart squeezes and pushes out a wave of blood, that artery expands, more pressure there. As the wave moves past, that part of the artery relaxes, less pressure there. So go back to the hose for a second. If I stood there and just turned the faucet on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, about 70 times a minute for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, that's what your heart does. That's all your heart does. And your heart doesn't take a coffee break. They don't get time off for good behavior. No vacations. Your heart has to work 24/7. And that's what's happening is you've got waves of blood moving through your arteries that are expanding the artery, more pressure where that wave is. So all we're doing is using this gauge to find out how much pressure is inside the artery when a wave is moving through and how much pressure is inside the artery in between the waves. That's what we're measuring here. That's it. That's all we're doing with blood pressure. Okay, so you guys have a vague idea of what we're measuring here? Okay, the way we're going to do this is we're going to close off the artery. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put this big air bladder around the arm. We're going to inflate it, which compresses the arm and uses your own muscles to close off that artery. Now, the heart did not stop beating. That would be bad. The heart is still beating. The heart is still producing waves. And now those waves are all backed up like cars at a toll plaza. And we're just waiting for that first car to go through. So as you inflate the cuff, we're closing off the artery. As you deflate the cuff, the artery's opening a little. And eventually it gets to the point that that first wave moves through it, squeezes through. But when that wave squeezes through, it hits the top of the artery and it makes a thunk sound as it hits the top of the artery. Well, the artery keeps getting bigger because you're still deflating, bigger. If the first one was able to go, more waves can go, thunk, because they're all hitting the top of the artery. Artery's getting bigger, more thunks, thunk. But eventually the artery is wide open and we don't hear those waves anymore. No more thunk sounds. The waves are just moving through without hitting the top of the artery. Good. So when we're taking a blood pressure, we close off the artery, we slowly deflate the cuff, that opens up the artery. And when that first wave goes through, the thunk sound it makes, we look at the dial and see what number is the needle pointing at for the first thunk. That is the top number of your blood pressure. We're going to hear more thunks. We don't care about this. Thunk. Nobody cares. You're not counting them. They don't matter. No big deal. Thunk. But at some point, you're going to hear the last clear thunk. And then there's going to be no more after that. That last clear thump sound, that is the bottom number of your blood pressure. Wherever the needle is, when you hear that last clear thump sound, that is the bottom number of your blood pressure. But here's the problem. They don't announce. So you inflate, you deflate, it's quiet, nothing happening, super quiet, thump, finally. Where's the needle? That's my top number. Thump. We don't care about those, but any of those could be the last one. You won't know it's the last one until there's no more after it. It doesn't say, get ready, get set, here I come, ta-da! It doesn't do that. It just goes thump. So you have to pay attention to each one of those because they could be the last one. Is that the last one? Nope, there's another. Is that the last one? Nope, there's another. Is that the last one? Yep, no more. That was the last one. You have to pay attention to it. Good? Questions? Brief idea of what's going on here? Vague awareness. That's all I'm looking for right now is vague awareness. Okay, so the name of the game here is that we are going to be listening for the first thunk we hear and the last clear thunk that we hear. Not a ghost of a thump, not a shadow of a thump, I think that might have been a thump. We want the last clear thump that we hear. Okay. Now there's a lot going on here because your hands are going to be controlling the air going in and coming out. Your ears are going to be listening for that thump sound. Your eyes have to watch where that needle is on the dial. And your brain has to put all of it together. So there's a lot going on with this skill. It takes eye, hand, and ear coordination, all controlled by the brain. A lot going on. You're not going to get this today. You're not. You're going to have a vague awareness. I want you to go home and practice, but it takes about 45 blood pressures before you start to get accurate. You're not going to be accurate today. You're not even going to be close. You may not even be in the ballpark today, and that's okay. Takes about 45 blood pressures before you really start to dial in. And part of that is because you're going to hear other noises. You're going to hear the tubes rubbing together. Was that a thunk? You're going to hear your fingers creaking. Was that a thunk? You're going to hear the fans. Was that a thunk? There's a lot of what we call artifact or external noise that can interfere with what you're trying to hear. So it takes a while for your brain to kind of sort through all of that stuff. Okay. Now, as a CNA, we inflate somewhere between 160 and 180. So this dial, we are going to inflate somewhere between 160 and 180, and we're going to stop. That's as far as we go. And that's kind of important because anybody ever have your blood pressure taken? It can hurt. If they get the cuff on too tight, it hurts. Anybody know what effect pain has on blood pressure? Yeah, that's right. So remember, CNAs are just looking for a problem to report to the nurse. That's all we're doing here. We're trying to look for an Easter egg, right? Look for a problem. If we're causing the problem, did we really find a problem? If you inflate too high, that can elevate the patient's blood pressure reading. It doesn't necessarily mean the patient has high blood pressure. It just means that you hurt them. So as CNAs, we only go between 160 and 180. Remember I said the first thunk we hear is our top number? So if we go up to 180 and we start to deflate and we hear thunks right away, that means the patient's top number is somewhere over 180, way up there. We don't need to know what the actual number is. We can call it high and move on. We can go toss that to the nurse, not our problem, and move on. We don't need to know the actual number. We're just trying to find abnormal. Found it. Okay. So now we got to figure out what is normal. So if you turn to page 39, let's see if I can find it here. There we go. Page 39 has the normal values here. Normal for your systolic, which is the top number, is between 100 and 119. This is normal. Between 100 and 119. Normal for the diastolic or lower number is between 60 and 79. That's normal. So if we got up to 180, remember normal on the top is between 100 and 119. So if we get up to 180 and hear thunks right away, that means the top number is 180 or above, somewhere up there. Is that more than 119? That's all we need to know. Now we're going to report to the nurse if either one of these is out of whack. It doesn't have to be both, it's either one. So if we have a patient that has a blood pressure of 126 over 72, 126 is high, 72 is normal. We would still report it because one of those values is abnormal. Okay. Good.
Did you hear that?
No. Yeah. I wonder what's for lunch today. Need to figure out lunch. All right. So we're going to inflate to somewhere between 160 and 180. Go back here real quick. All right. So if we have this gauge here and we inflate up to somewhere between 160 and 180, and we slowly start to deflate, you're going to have a period of quiet where nothing's going to happen. It's quiet, it's quiet, it's quiet, it's quiet, it's quiet. Nothing is happening. Now you've got to make sure that your brain doesn't talk you out of this, because your brain will. Your brain will say things like, I must have missed it. I'm not hearing it. What's wrong? Do I have the equipment, set up wrong? your brain will try to talk you out of this. Tell your brain to just sit down. Don't let your brain talk you out of this, because ideally we're not going to hear anything between 180 and 119. I mean, this should all be quiet, ideally, if the patient's got normal blood pressure, right? The soonest we should hear it is down here. So you're going to have quiet. That's normal. And then you're going to hear thumps. Where's the first thump? That's your top number. Where's the last thump? That's your bottom number. And then it's going to be quiet again. So we inflate, quiet, 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 thump, 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 quiet, 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 quiet. Don't forget to deflate all the way to 0. Remember, this is squeezing somebody's arm. That hand will reach out and smack you if it's left alone for too long. So if we inflate and we deflate, and it's quiet, 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 and we hear the first thump here, you can see this in your book, this graphic at bottom page 38. I know the little lines are super small, but what number is that? Where did we hear the first thump there? Okay. So in order to figure that out, we actually have to what all mean. It's hard to numbers that are there, what the number actually was. So let's learn what all of these little marks mean. So these gauges are marked in 20s. You can see the line there for 20. It's marked. You can see the line for 40. It's marked. You can see the line for 60, 80, 100. Those are marked. The big lines in between are going to be 10s. So if you look at the line for 20, the big line in between is 30. And then 40, the big line in between is 50. And then 60, the big line in between is 70. Those little itty bitty teeny tiny marks in between, those are 2s. So if you find the line for 40, the line above it is 42. Line above that is 44, 46, 48, 50. It's all based on even numbers, not odd. If you go to a nurse and you tell her, I got 137 over 99, they know you're guessing, because you're not going to be able to get an odd number off a manual dial. Now, interestingly enough, electronic devices can, but that's because they are more finely tuned to this than we are. Remember, we have to have ear, eye, hand, and brain coordination. And what ends up happening are these thumps. When you inflate, I'll bring my pen over. When you inflate, right, and you deflate, when you hear a thump, your needle is still moving. That needle doesn't stop right there in a space for you to call it 137. That needle is still moving. So that's why we use even numbers in blood pressure for manual blood pressures. If you're using an automated cuff and it gives you an odd number, that's fine, because machines are a little bit more attuned to this than we are. Good? Questions? Okay, so knowing that, if this first sound was heard, this is the line for 100, 102, 104, 106. If the first line was heard right here, that means the top number, the systolic blood pressure, is 106. Now we're going to hear more thumps. We don't care about those. Thump, 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 thump. And they'll kind of decrease in loudness. Thump, 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 thump. And that was our last one right there. And then we don't hear anymore. So this is 60, 62, 64, 60. So 106 over 66 would be this person's blood pressure. Is that normal? That's a good blood pressure. I would like that blood pressure. Yeah, I would love that blood pressure. I haven't seen that blood pressure in years. All right. So when you're taking a blood pressure, there's a couple things that we need to keep in mind. First of all, the patient needs to be in the right position. Their feet need to be flat on the floor. You can take a blood pressure with the ankles crossed, but not the knees. We don't expect you to remember all that. So we just tell everybody feet flat on the floor. It makes it easier. You also want to make sure that their arm is supported. Again, if you've got their arms stuck out in midair and they've got to hold it up, that's going to affect the blood pressure. So you want their arms supported on a surface. Okay, good. All right. When you inflate, remember we only go up to between 160 and 180, and you deflate, that needle cannot stop and you are controlling the needle. So what happens is as this needle starts to come down, it comes at a pretty good rate because you're controlling it. But then eventually it starts to slow down and it will stop. That's you. You've got to open your dial a little bit more to keep it moving. It gets down a little bit more, it's going to want to try to slow down. You're going to open the dial again and open it a little bit more and open it a little bit more and open it a little bit more until you get all the way to that 0 part. It's not a crock pot. You can't just set it and forget it. You've got to continuously work the gauge to get it that nice, smooth, slow descent. Have you ever had a blood pressure taken where they inflate it and then it goes, woo, and they give you numbers? Like super fast? Yeah, they lied. This needle needs to move about the speed of a second hand, just going backwards. If it goes, woo, there's no way that your ear can hear the sound, your eye can see where the needle was, and your brain can put it all together that quickly. Okay, good. Questions? All right, let's learn how to put it all together. All right, so these thumps that we're hearing, they have a name actually. They're called Korotkov sounds. You don't need to know that, but it is, nice for you to know the names of things. Korotkov sounds. We call them thunks. That's perfectly okay too. But we're listening for the first Korotkov sound we hear and the last clear Korotkov sound that we hear. So if you look at number 8 in page 39 in the gray box, there's a little graphic there, and it's asking you what the blood pressure is. Now there's little lines that point to where the first thump was heard and where the last thump is heard. See if you can figure out what the blood pressure is on that graph. What do you guys think?
I got 130.
Okay, so let's look at the top number. So the needle is pointing halfway between the 120 and 140, and it's on the really big line. So what is the big line between 120 and 140? 130. The bottom number, the last thump, it's on the big line between the 80 and 100. What is that line? The big line between 80 and 100. What is that? 90. So 130 over 90 is this person's blood pressure. Is that normal? What would we do with that? Report it.
I looked at the top one and the bottom.
Oh,
Looking at the bottom.
Yeah, that's.
Yep. So let's look at number 10. Let's go to there. So 10's a little bit harder. And I know these little marks are super hard to see on here. I know. But if you look at number 10, it is one little tiny line below the 110. So 108. And then the last one was heard one little tick above 60. So 62. So 108 over 62. Is that normal? Yes, very good. Very good. Okay. So let's learn about our equipment. Your stethoscope is the first thing that we have to talk about. Now, stethoscopes can be double tube like this, or they can be single tube. The head of the stethoscope, this right here, this is a diaphragm. Some have 2 diaphragms. If it's open like a cup, this is called a bell. So diaphragm and bell, or you could have a diaphragm and diaphragm, either way. But this whole thing is 2-sided. Now, it's important that you understand that. 2-sided. That means that you can choose if you want to use the large side or if you want to use the small side. Only one side is active at any time, though, because we don't want to amplify everything out here. We don't want to amplify the sounds of the fan or the AC or paper rustling or anything like that. We only want to amplify what we're listening to. So this is a microphone, but it's one-sided microphone. So you've got to tell this microphone which side you want to listen to. This whole thing turns. The whole head turns. So on these double tube stethoscopes down here, just below the head, you'll have a flat bar, maybe with a little dot on it. That flat bar tells you what side is on. To some of you, ow. Okay. You see your flat bar? Okay. So when you're looking at this one, you see that dot? That is your on side. This whole thing
Okay.
turns. So we are going to use the large diaphragm. So you want the dot and the large diaphragm to be facing the same direction. So yours, your dot, this whole thing turns. You want to make sure that your dot and your large diaphragm are on the same side. Now yours is a single side, so yours doesn't turn. It's only used one direction. And yours is a Littman. Yeah, yours is a little more difficult. So now Littmans are great. They have great acoustics, but the problem is that there's no dot. So with this one, if you get a Littman, in order to figure it out, you've got to put the ear tips in your ear, and then you've just got to tap to figure out which side is on and then turn it as you need to. Okay. All right. Now I point this out because most of you guys have a case and you're going to shove your stethoscope and your blood pressure kit in a case somewhere to take it home with you. And you'll pull it out this weekend and practice on the unsuspecting public at home. And this thing can flip around on you. And then when you get home, you put your stethoscope in and you can't hear a thing. It's all dead. And you're wondering what happened. So always take a look to make sure that your stethoscope is positioned properly before you do a blood pressure. Now, believe it or not, that's not the most important part of a stethoscope. These are. The ear tips have to be put into your ears in the right direction. And unfortunately, almost everybody does this backwards. These ear tips have to face away from you. Yeah, I know everybody wants to do it this way. They go away from you. Now, interesting, right before we started this class, like a couple of days before, I went out to a uniform conference out in Vegas, and I actually met with the developer for stethoscopes. And we got to talking about the right and wrong way of using a stethoscope. And he said that it's absolutely astounding how many people use these the wrong way. So even the manufacturer knows that this is a problem. They have to face away from you. And I'm going to show you why. So when you put these in, and you want these ear tips to be at a slight angle facing away from you, let me adjust yours for you. Yeah. Okay, yours are going to need to be adjusted too. There you go. So when you put these in, you want the ear tips to face away from you. So remember, it's always about the patient. So these should face the patient, right? So we're going to put these in our ears, and we're very carefully going to touch our diaphragm. And you should hear it pretty clear, right? Okay, take your ear tips out. Just flip the whole thing around and put them in. And try it again.
I hear one ear.
Yeah, you probably can't hear as well, right? Yeah. So put them back in the right way again. Make sense? If you cannot hear a blood pressure when you get home, if you're not hearing the thumps, the first thing that you check is this. The second thing you check is this. Did I put them in the right way? Because chances are you're probably going to put them in the wrong way, just out of, this is the way you think they should go. And you're not going to be able to hear. They go like this. Okay. Okay. Now, when we put a blood pressure cuff on, it is going to go above the fold of the elbow. So you've probably seen people that put blood pressure cuffs on patients way down low like this and then shove the stethoscope underneath. Don't do that. This stethoscope is a microphone. If I have a microphone here, you'll hear me just fine. What happens if I cover that microphone up like this? It muffles the sound. It flattens the sound, or deadens the sound is actually the technical term. It'll deaden the sound. Well, when you take your stethoscope and put it underneath the cuff and we inflate the cuff on top of it, that's what we're doing. We're flattening that sound out, and it makes it way harder to hear. So when you put a blood pressure cuff on somebody's arm, you want an opening underneath for your stethoscope. So the end of the cuff should end right about here. And you want the cuff on so that it's snug on the arm. Now, on the front of the cuff is a gauge. On the back of the gauge is a little clip. If you press down on the bottom of the clip, the top magically opens. Ta-da! There's a little fabric strip. Open your clip by pressing down on the bottom and slide it up that strip. This is where it lives. It's happy here. Leave it here. It's happy in its little home. If for some reason you do have to take this off to read it, you shouldn't, but if you do have to take this off, make sure that you put it back on before you take the blood pressure cuff off, because this thing is heavy. If you just have these little prongs hanging this in place, when you try to put this on or take it off, if this falls, that is super heavy and your patient's wrist is right there, and you will shatter their wrist. Do not try to inflate this cuff unless it's wrapped around something. If you inflate this cuff and it's not wrapped around something, you can burst the bladder inside, and now your blood pressure cuff is worthless. So it's got to wrap around something. Now, right here, you should have a artery marking. It could be a line with a circle. It could be something that has a right arm, left arm with arrows, but you've got an artery marking of some sort. What this does is it makes sure that your stethoscope is placed over the artery. Now, this thing has no brain. None. No brain. That means that you have to line this artery marking up with where the artery is. So we've got to find the artery. So if you extend one of your arms out, remember, we never use a thumb to take an artery, a pulse, right? We're going to find our artery, which is a pulse. You extend your arm out and get that elbow popped way up. You don't want to get lazy here. You need that elbow popped way up. 2 fingers at the lines on the inside, not in the middle, on the inside. Put your thumb on the back. Use your fingertips. You should feel some thumps under your finger. Remember, it's not in the middle. It's on the inside. Make sure you're pressing down hard enough. This is buried way deeper than the one in the wrist. Find it, find it, find it, find it. Can I help you? I want to get that arm as straight as we can. That's right. Right there. Yeah, press a little bit harder. Yeah, because it's buried under a lot of muscle. Okay, grab a partner, find somebody else's. Grab a partner, find somebody else's. Okay, notice that it is not in the middle of the elbow. That's where everybody wants to put the stethoscope. If you don't have the stethoscope in the right place, you're not going to hear the thumps. Push hard. Make sure your thumb is on the back if you want to see like a pinch. Got it? Okay. So your patient's sitting with their feet on the floor. The arm is supported. You want to place the blood pressure cuff above the fold of the elbow. Remember, the end should be above the fold. You're going to find the artery. Don't do this yet. Just follow along verbally. You're going to find the artery. You're going to line that artery marking up with where you found the artery. And then you're going to secure the cuff so it's snug on the arm. Then we're going to inflate the cuff. We're going to deflate the cuff, and we're listening through our stethoscope over the artery for the first clear thump and the last clear thump. Those are our numbers. We're going to keep listening until we get all the way to 0, and then we can take the cuff off. That's the whole process. It's not a long skill. It's a very short process. There's a lot going on in that process, though. When you're taking a blood pressure, don't let the needle stop. That's all you. You're about to learn this right now, but don't let the needle stop. So I'm going to pass out. We're going to learn how to use how to inflate and deflate. So wrap your cuff around your can. Oh, you're going to feel like you need one more hand to get this done. You will outgrow that at some point, but right now you'll feel like you need another hand. Okay. So make sure your gauge is attached to your cuff. Wrap your cuff around your can. And you're going to hold this so that the gauge is facing you. Wrap this extra flap around the back and hold it in your non-dominant hand. Now, in your dominant hand, yep. You're good. Oh, okay. All right. This is a home kit. So it's okay. You can use it, but it's not going to work exactly the same, because this is designed to let you take your own blood pressure. So it doesn't have some of the features of the other ones. So this, you're going to slide over. There you go. Put that there. And then this is what you're going to hold. All right. So you're going to hold this, wrap the free end around the back. Hold this so the gauge is facing you. And then in your dominant hand, you're going to pick up the bulb and valve assembly. So you want the bulb in the palm of your hand and the valve in between your finger and your index finger and thumb. And if it faces you, okay, this little silver dial is facing you, righty tighty, lefty loosey. So we're going to turn it to the right just until it stops. Don't tighten it. Just until it stops. You're going to inflate by squeezing up until 160 to 180. And then you're going to hold that little dial between your thumb and index finger and slowly open it. Now, when I say slowly, I mean Thumbelina size motions. Teeny tiny. If you open it too fast, your needle goes, woo! So once it gets to 0, you're going to close it down and do it again. Your needle should look like a second hand in reverse. So I'm going to come around and show you what your needle should look like. So this is what your rate should be. That's what your rate should look like. All the way down. If you go too fast, you can't pick up the sounds. If you go too slow, it's going to hurt the patient. So this is what your needle should look like. Like a second hand in reverse. As it slows down, I got to open it up a little bit more. As it slows down, I got to open it up a little bit more. Okay. So this is our rate. This is what we're looking for. Oops, it slows a little fast. There you go. That's what we're looking for right there. Okay. Now let me see if I can get this on camera. I don't know. Okay. This is the rate you should be looking for. Just like that. If it slows down, you've got to open the valve a little bit more. If it slows down, open the valve a little bit more. Open the valve a little bit more until you get all the way to 0. Yes. You have to keep opening the dial a little bit, little bit, little bit. All right. Go ahead and take your cuffs off of your cylindrical objects. You can just leave the cans on the table. All right. So now we're going to try to take a blood pressure. We've got 5 minutes here. All right. So you're going to take hers. She's going to take yours. We're going to have to work quickly here. You're going to take hers. You're going to take yours. You're going to take yours. Okay. So you're going to make sure the arm is supported. Whenever possible, we like to use the left arm, but we're going to ask the patient, what arm can I use? If they have a reason for not using an arm, they're going to let us know. But if we have our pick, left is best always. But here, whatever you can get, you're going to place the blood pressure cuff on the arm, feel for the artery, line up the artery marking, secure the cuff, put your stethoscope there, put your earpieces in, inflate, deflate slowly, listen for the first thump, last thump, all the way to 0, and then switch partners. Turn your stethoscope around. There you go. That looks good. Looks good. Okay. So we need to get her arms straight. So pop that elbow. That brings the artery way up close. So her artery is right here.
I can like, I know it's.
So we want to bring this over just. There you go. So go ahead and put your stethoscope here. Nope. Faces the patient. Yep. And just set it right there. You really want to squish it in there. Let's move that cuff up just because we don't want the stethoscope underneath the cuff. Here.
Sorry.
Okay. So you want to put your stethoscope there, and you really want to kind of squish it in there. That blocks out all external sound. I usually do. Yep. Keep deflating. Keep deflating all the way down to 0. Yep, all the way to 0. Did you hear them? Awesome. Okay. All right, so next up. It is hand, eye.
Yeah, when you go over clothing material,
Mhm.
does it make any difference at all?
It doesn't, other than it adds an extra layer for you to try to listen through. So that can be that can make it a little bit more challenging to hear.
Oh,
Remember, you don't want to use your thumb.
that's right.
Yep, there you go.
You take your own blood pressure?
You need an extra hand because if you're trying to squeeze the bulb with this hand, it's going to elevate the and you can't hold the stethoscope with this hand. So
Yeah.
you need one more hand. Yeah, it's way on the inside. There you go.
It is strong. The voice is strong. It's just smaller than the can. I'm gonna.
It's a lot louder than the part of
Yeah, it really is.
that first initial lot. A lot louder.
Yeah, it really is. You know, when it's.
Okay, so last one. We got 1 minute left.
I'll do my left. That's like.
Thank you. Keep opening. Don't let the needle stop.
Yeah, both of them.
The lower, the better.
Yeah, yeah.
As long as you're thinking and peeing, don't be afraid to go too low. That's a sign of it. That's a sign of a good artery system.
Mine doesn't have.
Yeah, because it's designed for self. Yeah, just hold it. Well, or just put it on the table because you're going to need one hand for the bulb and the other hand for the stethoscope. Yeah, we're going to talk about that right now. We'll just wait for them to give me just a few minutes before you run out on me. Got a couple things to tell you. I know we're running a few minutes late. I'm sorry. So much to tell you. Did I take your chair?
I don't know.
I think I did. It was.
Oh, you're-
Oh.
you know,
So if someone has, like, both of my grandmothers had mastectomies and they always took it on the opposite arm, does it
Right.
affect their blood pressure on the other points you can take it versus just the blood pressure?
So there's a lot of things that would affect your ability to take a blood pressure on one side or the other. Mastectomy is one of them. It doesn't affect the blood pressure. What it does is when we inflate the cuff, we're actually trapping fluid below. Well, in you and I, normal lymph system, your lymph system is going to pick up all that fluid, put it back into circulation, no harm, no foul. But when you have a mastectomy, we take the lymph nodes. So that system is now broken. So when you inflate the cuff, it traps the fluid down here because it's a tourniquet. That fluid can't be reclaimed by the body. So the arm inflates and doesn't ever go down and ends up looking like a sausage. So there's a lot of other conditions too. If the patient's had a stroke, we don't want that arm. If they have an IV in it, we don't want that arm. If they're undergoing dialysis, we don't want the arm used for dialysis because it has a shunt or graft in it. If they played Humpty Dumpty and we had to put them back together again with rods and screws and plates and things, we don't want that arm. So basically we want the healthiest arm the patient has. Did everyone hear at least one good set of thumbs?
Yeah.
So you know what you're listening for? It's a little bit complex, isn't it? The thing about this skill is that it's not tested on the state exam. You will not get blood pressure on the state exam. You need to learn it, but cut yourself a little bit of slack because you're not being tested on it. Now, I might be the body in the bed one day, so make sure you get it down. Because I don't want unnecessary medication. You do have one chapter of homework tonight. It's chapter 4. I consider chapter 4 the worst chapter in the book. It's unnecessarily complicated. It's not user-friendly. I don't like it, but I haven't finished the textbook that I'm writing yet. So this is what we have to deal with. Don't get too involved in all of the different conditions and things like that. What I need you to know is what is normal and abnormal for each body system so that you know what to report to the nurse. So you need to know what normal changes of aging are. That's what I want you to pay attention to. Okay. You have review sheets right here on the end of the table. Pick one up as you go. This is review sheets for today. And we learned a lot today. We learned 4 whole skills, and they're all very complex with lots of principles thrown in. So you probably are going to want to review this. Just put the video on, turn it on double speed, listen to me while you're in the shower, just so it all kind of sinks in, because I gave you a ton of information today. You probably didn't absorb all of it, and you will need it. The other thing that I want to encourage you guys to do, if you have not done it yet, is download the ebook on our website. The ebook will help you on the written test as well. It's very, very informative. And it's free. So download that ebook because you will need it. It will help you. Other than that, have a fantastic Tuesday. I will see you on Wednesday. And don't forget to practice. All right, YouTube. Let's see what your questions are. And let me answer those. Oh, you're fine. Don't forget to take your review sheet there. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay. Okay, so let's see who's here. I'm going back to the beginning this morning. Okay. Joey says it's my first day as a temp CNA at a skilled nursing facility. I'm testing soon. Well, good luck, Joey. I hope today went well for you. Susanna is testing soon. Nafasa is testing was supposed to test on the 21st. Something went wrong. And let's see here. Lots of good mornings. Good morning. Good morning. Odigi says, thanks for the ebook. You're very welcome. Kayla Spain passed the skills test. Congratulations, Kayla. Great job. Ruby wants to know how to get the CNA book. If you go to our website, we posted the link there for you. And Kayla says that they helped. Have a fantastic day. See you on Wednesday. All right. All right. So you two people, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to go ahead and sign off. We're back here on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern from 9 to 1. This is Wednesday will conclude week 2. So after Wednesday, we are half done. Hope you can join us. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.